never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Classes are canceled at Morgan State University while police continue searching for a suspect in a shooting on campus last night that sent 5 people to the hospital. None of the victims suffered life-threatening injuries. The victims, 4 men and 1 woman, ages 18 to 22. Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott.
It reminds us all, again, that we are dealing with not just here in Baltimore, but across this country of the United States, an epidemic when it comes to guns and gun violence.
City police responded after campus police heard shots being fired outside a residential building and a fine arts center. The shooting occurred in the area of Thorogood Marshall Hall and the Murphy Fine Arts Center. Dozens of people were hurt when a University of Maryland bus crashed in Prince George's County Wednesday morning. A call came in about a bus crash around 10:20 a.m. in the area of Baltimore Avenue and University Boulevard. Due to the crash, all lanes of traffic near the area were closed. According to police, 35 people were on a bus at the time of the crash. 27 of them had to be taken to the hospital for treatment of minor injuries. Police are still investigating the crash. More relief for people struggling to pay back their student loans is coming from the White House.
The Biden administration is forgiving $9 billion in student loan debt for 125,000 borrowers. President Biden, speaking from the White House, highlighted the positive impact on individuals and the economy.
It means they can go and get their lives in order. They can think about buying a house. They can start a business. They can be starting a family.
The relief is specifically for those on income-driven repayment plans and in the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. The decision follows the recent resumption of federal student loan payments after a 3-year COVID-19 related pause. I'm John Schaefer.
Saturday Night Live reporting that they will return next week. This is USA News.
Okay, I'm talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Wouldn't it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit card debt in months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
Former President Trump was in New York City for day 3 of his civil fraud trial. Trump is accused by New York Attorney General Letitia James of inflating his net worth. The former president maintained he did nothing wrong. Yesterday, the judge issued a gag order which bans anyone involved in the case from making comments online or in public about the judge's staff. Mourners are paying tribute to the late U.S. Senator Dianne Feinstein. San Francisco Mayor London Breed said the city will host an open-air funeral Thursday.
There will be a fitting celebration of her life. We anticipate the Vice President Kamala Harris, our current California senators, and other guests that will be joining us.
Feinstein's body is lying in state at San Francisco City Hall. Thursday's funeral is set for 1 p.m. Residents in the area can expect road closures and extra security around the Civic Center. Chipotle is currently testing an automated system for making burrito bowls and salads. The California-based company has introduced robots that skillfully put together the ordered meals for customers who use the Chipotle app. This isn't the first foray into robotic assembly for the fast food chain. Last year, a robot named Chippy was initially tested at a California restaurant and effectively showcased its proficiency in crafting tortilla chips. Dave Collins, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather And whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Alrighty then, is that my cue? Check 1, 2, are we live? Yeah, we're back. Hi there. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. Appreciate you joining us out of the box here as we kick it off once again. Here comes the Thursday edition, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. All right, looks like a cloudy night outside the secret bunker, 64 degrees at this hour. Not too bad. I won't complain. We'll take it. Big changes are on the way, though. All right, we'll jump right into it out of the box because 24 hours ago we were advising the National Weather Service, giving a heads up. Portions of Texas, Arkansas, Oklahoma, that we could see a life-threatening flash flood situation unfolding. And that is indeed the case as we speak at this hour. You know, some of these rainfall numbers that are coming in, based on what I'm seeing here, there is undoubtedly, probably even interstates impassable. They did tell us portions of 20, 30, I-35, 45 could all see incredible flooding. Here's the latest advisory. It just came in 11:03 Central Time, so literally within the last 10 minutes from the National Weather Service in Shreveport. These are flood warnings impacting northeast Texas and now moving into southwest Arkansas. But listen to these numbers. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorm, heavy rain across the warned area. 4 to 8 inches of rain have already fallen, and looking at another 2 to 3 inches of rain. Flash flooding is ongoing. This is including Texarkana, Texas. Again, some of these areas would be southwest Arkansas, northeast Texas, Wake Village, Ashdown, New Boston, Foreman, Red Lick, Red Bank, Pine Prairie. 4 to 8 inches has already fallen. All right, as I pull up the radar map, the rains have not yet moved into Little Rock. It's knocking on the door within the next hour or so. That area, Texarkana, yes, you've got torrential rains. Now, this line of, we've seen numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. The heaviest rains are now just to the south and east of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. But you're still in heavy rain from Dallas to McKinney to Denison to Ardmore, all the way up into McAllister in Oklahoma, Paris, Texas. All this kind of sinking southeasterly, moving along a line which through the overnight hours will be bringing these rains into from Waco to Corsicana to Tyler, Texas. So indeed, along with the risk of severe thunderstorms, strong winds, and hail, these hourly rainfall rates in excess of an inch per hour. And that is indeed what we are seeing. Now, forecasters told us a general 2 to 4 inches expected from northeast Texas to western Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma from Wednesday to Thursday, continuing like through the overnight hours tonight. Local level areas could see 6 to 8 inches. Now, some of these areas where we just mentioned, we're going to probably be looking at possibly some 10-inch rainfall totals, especially in those areas that have already picked up 6 to 8 inches and another 2 to 3 on the way. The worst travel conditions, flash flooding in the Dallas area overnight tonight. Indeed, and that is the case. As we mentioned, the heaviest rains in the past hour have pushed south and east of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. All right, even though the heaviest rains will be shifting to the east of Dallas about daybreak Thursday, the effects of the torrential rain will be lingering into the morning commute there. So it's obviously a mess. Yes, some of those, all the interstates we mentioned, the heavy rains, 20, 35, 30, 35, it's across the board. All the way up into central portions of Arkansas, beginning to see some of those heavy rains. All right, after an abnormally warm September, it's been a hot summer in Texas in the southern plains. This rain tonight is ushering in finally some cooler temperatures. That's going to be the trade-off. After the floods recede, temperatures are going to be slashed a good 10 to 20 degrees lower and much lower humidity levels for the latter portions of the week here. This is going to be probably some of the coolest air you've had in parts of Texas since last spring. All right, meanwhile, as we move forward, all right, it's a comfortable night, as I mentioned, here in southwest Ohio. Weather patterns going to be changing, though. This frontal system's going to be bringing showers, thunder showers, and cooler temperatures. We're going to go from 10 to 20 degrees above normal in many areas from the Great Lakes to the Northeast. In the next couple of days, we're going to a complete turnaround. We're going to be 10 to 20 degrees below normal for this time of the year. It's going to feel like November by the time we get into the upcoming weekend and early next week. Heavy rains will again be targeting the Northeast with this system. The cold front pushing from the central Great Lakes and much of the Ohio Valley later in the day today, Thursday, to the eastern Great Lakes and the central Appalachians on Friday. From Friday night to Saturday, those rain and storms will pivot across the mid-Atlantic and southwestern portions of New England. So we're going to be talking lots of travel delays on the roads and at the airports, and there's potential for localized urban flash flooding. Now, they are kind of concerned about the situation that could escalate in the Northeast as the now non-tropical system Felipe, we've been talking about for weeks, and another storm off the coast may try to merge. That would happen in northern and eastern portions of New England later this weekend. We could as well be talking flash flooding problems becoming widespread, dangerous, and highly disruptive. But I talked about the cool-off. Yeah, get ready for the big headline. The first big chilly blast will create chaotic weather conditions. The most impressive chill is going to be during the daytime hours. Highs will range from the 40s over the ridges and peaks of some of the mountains in the region, upper 50s maybe to near 60 along the East Coast and the Ohio River Valley. See, in comparison, average highs range from the upper 50s over the northern tier of the Midwest and the Northeast, low to mid-70s along the Ohio River and the Chesapeake Bay region. Now, of course, you've got the Great Lakes waters much warmer than the air, relatively speaking. That air will become moist as it flows across the lakes. So a lot of clouds, lake effect, rain showers that could be isolated incidents of thunder and lightning where those towering clouds build overhead. This pattern is going to allow water spouts to form on the likes of Lake Erie, Ontario, Lake Michigan. Especially, we're talking Sunday into Monday, this upcoming weekend. So kind of some chaotic weather on the way around and downwind of the Great Lakes. Stiff winds will make it feel 10, 20 degrees cooler than the actual air temperatures, especially where you've got the clouds or shady locations. It's going to feel like temperatures in the 20s and 30s during the day over the mountains. You're going to go almost a feeling like winter. Some places may even feel a brief taste of winter, as that cold air will get cold enough to allow some wet snow or a mixture of wet snow and rain to fall on parts of southern Ontario, even into the higher elevations of the Adirondack Mountains, northeastern New York State. And we're talking Sunday into Monday. 1 to 3 inches of snow may accumulate on the non-paved and elevated surfaces where it manages to snow hard enough for several hours. Now, will there be a risk for frost? Maybe. The interior northeast, where you have the skies that clear out, calm conditions during the overnight hours, will allow temperatures to dip into the 30s and 40s over the interior. We may not get that cold, but nonetheless, temperatures in New York City are going to dip into the 40s for the first time since early June by next week. Around Chicago, you're going to dip into the mid-40s from this weekend into early next week. We're talking some of the chilliest nighttime conditions since probably back in middle portions of May. The change of the seasons. Here it is. Hello to Philly Dan. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. Let's go Phillies. Tonight, this past evening, we had, game number 2 of the wild card matchups. We'll share the winners, the losers. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. We're hanging at 69 in Platkill, New York tonight. Round number 3 to Schenectady, New York at this hour. Hello, Timothy, 58 here in Rocky Mount. There's Captain Ron checking in. I survived the national security phone blast. I turned my phone off and never knew it went off. We're at 74 degrees on the north side of Tampa, Florida. Getting a late start tonight. All right, so I guess you'll be with us through the night. Semper Fi, right? Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. 53 degrees, Monroe, Nebraska. You cooled off a little bit there, huh? Got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck looking good, running hard and fast under starlit skies. It is an epic evening, Steve. Special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Monroe Turnpike tonight. All right, get to some of the other listening friends coming up here. Welcome aboard. Lots to cover. As, already a Thursday coming on. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes. And each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Marianne. Check it in. Good morning, Steve and the Overnight family. Said she's going to try to get her cell phone looked at, but if I need a new one, I'm sunk. I can't afford to get a new one. Hopefully they'll be able to get things tuned up for you, Marianne. Hello, Miss Millie. Morning, Steve. 66 clear here in my area of the Bluegrass State. Everybody take care, be safe, and be blessed. Hello, Heat Wave. Good morning from the Hacienda. Had an interesting day today. You know that Jeff Foxworthy bit about the goat woman at the state fair? Well, I encountered it at my son's new apartment. Had he not warned me, it'd have been more awkward than it was, but holy shish kebab. Honestly, I do not know the story of the goat woman at the state fair. I don't think I've heard that one, so you'll have to maybe break it down for us there, Heat Wave. I'm curious. Santa Claus, top of the morning, 78 degrees here in the Bay Area, California. About ready to head up to 80 to Sacramento, I-80. Is that what you're ready for the 49ers game this Sunday? Santa Claus out. All right, let's see. Hello to Debbie, southern Montana. It's just cloudy, a cool night here, though, in southern Montana. Michael's on board there. Good evening from West Monroe, Louisiana. 77 degrees. Hello, 57 on board. Copy the mail. And there's Chris. Morning, Steve. Rolling up I-71 headed toward Columbus tonight. That's picking up my Coca-Cola, then headed south to Litchfield, Kentucky. It's very comfortable. 66 out tonight. Perfect night to have the window down, do some trailer trucking, have a great show. Everybody be safe. Keep it between the lines. Hillbilly is on board. Thank you so much. Hillbilly, all in the Coca-Cola, right? All right, as always, our number 844-844-3388. I think Miss, let's see, Debbie did check in, didn't she? She always chimes in on the Facebook Messenger. There she is. Hello, Debbie. It's a cool 68 here in Indiana. Going to be a cool, rainy Thursday. High temperature only going to make it to about 70. I haven't heard you mention Scotty and the Panama Canal cruise. I hope they've made it back safely. Hoping everybody stays safe out there tonight, especially my special driver, the Woodpecker. Have a terrific Thursday. Let's see. I've been kind of following Scott in his posts. The last one I saw, I believe he was in, Cartagena, Colombia. I'm thinking, is that someplace I'd actually want to get off the boat? I don't know about that. But yeah, he did make it through the Panama Canal, and I guess the next stop was from there they were headed back to New Orleans. I mean, this was a 2-week deal. I'll tell you, a 16-day cruise. So I think they'll be returning sometime heading into this weekend, if I'm not mistaken there. All right, under the industry headlines. Of course, a very familiar charity dedicated to helping truck drivers and their families getting a financial boost thanks to a major truck stop chain. Earlier this week, Travel Centers of America announced their annual Roundup campaign, where you round up your bill to the next dollar amount. Doing so raised nearly $153,000 for the St. Christopher Truckers Development and Relief Fund. It's an annual event that runs from Memorial Day through Labor Day. Customers at participating TA, Petro, and TA Express locations can round up their purchases to the nearest dollar. All those funds donated directly to the St. Christopher Fund, supporting professional drivers who are out of work due to injury or illness. TA and Petro stopping centers to date have raised over $3 million for the St. Christopher Fund through various campaigns dating back to 2010. Founded in 2007, the St. Christopher Fund, of course, providing assistance to over-the-road semi-truck drivers and their families when an illness or injury occurs within the last year. They've caused them to be out of work. Now, assistance comes in a variety of ways. I mean, direct payments to providers for living expenses like rent, mortgage, utility bills, vehicle payments, things of that nature. You know, when truck drivers are out of work with an illness or injury, it's important for them to have some peace of mind about how to pay their household bills. Donna Kennedy is the executive director of the St. Christopher Fund. She added the campaign is critical to help ensure drivers everywhere have access to financial stability so they can heal and return better than ever. So there you go. Good numbers for the St. Christopher Fund. So news break just around the corner here. Bottom of the hour coming up, and we'll get to your calls. Jump on board. Who gets to be first out of the box on a Thursday morning as we close out 10-4 day and roll into the 5th day of October. I have not seen numbers yet, but apparently, about an hour and a half ago, they drew the numbers. A $1.2 billion Powerball drawing. Will there be a winner?
USA News Update. The hunt is underway for a new Speaker of the House. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan and House Majority Leader Steve Scalise of Louisiana announced their bids today. Additionally, Oklahoma Congressman Kevin Hern is a potential contender. Starbucks is closing 7 locations in downtown San Francisco with no specific reason.
The company is closing stores in the Financial District, Soma, and the Union Square areas on October 22nd. On Monday, Jessica Borton, the company's regional vice president for Northern California, said the closures come after evaluating the company's store portfolio, which it does every year.
That's Deanna Kodiak. Former President Trump was in New York City for day 3 of his civil fraud trial. Trump is accused by New York Attorney General Letitia James of inflating his net worth. The AG is seeking $250 million in fines and a ban on Trump's company doing business in New York. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, the question we left off there, who wants to be a billionaire? Well, we all do. Thought we didn't find one this past evening. A word officially in from the Powerball officials. Jackpot jumps to $1.4 billion. $1.4 billion. That'll be Saturday night's drawing. So nobody hit the big jackpot. Hey, there were a handful of missed it by that much winners, though. Had the match 5 plus the power play. That's $2 million winners. Yeah, there's a millionaire in Kentucky. There's one in Pennsylvania, one in Texas, $2 million. The match 5 players that didn't play the power play, $1 million winners. You got 2 in California, 1 in Colorado, 1 in New York, 1 in Pennsylvania, $2 million winners in the great state of Texas. Eagle, did you play your Powerball numbers? Are you a millionaire? All right, good luck. All right, we'll get to the calls here just ahead. Kind of a heartwarming story. It's harvest time. It's that time of year, right? A farmer who actually was crushed while changing a semi-truck tire, getting harvesting help from a group of volunteers working with a nonprofit. Ray Glover has been farming his entire 60 years of life in Wayne County, Illinois. In August, his 60-year streak came to a halt when he was crushed by a semi while changing the tire. I was changing tires on the semi, had the semi fall on me and pin me, explaining the rig came off the jack apparently, Ultimately, he had a collapsed lung, kidney, and liver lacerations, a few broken ribs, pretty much lucky to be alive. But now that it's time to harvest the corn, nonprofit Farm Rescue has stepped in to help make sure his crops don't go to waste because he needs to stay home and recover. Farm Rescue is the only organization in the country that I know of that does this type of event field work. So we're here with one of our combines and 3 volunteers harvesting about 500 acres of corn for the family, according to the Farm Rescue Operations Manager. I just kind of put myself in the shoes of the farmer. If something tragic were to happen to my family, I'd be so grateful for volunteers to come in and help me get my crop out. One of those volunteers with the organization. Many of the volunteers took vacation days off from their own jobs to help get the work done. Glover said it's very humbling, but so much appreciated. I know God's watching over me. He did during my accident. I have a purpose to figure out, I guess. But the group's there working all this week. They've been finishing about 100 acres per day. So how about that? Tip of the hat. Thanks for the help out there, right? Hello to Dave this morning. Hello, good night from Dahlonega, Georgia. Gilligan on board. Morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners driving in the moonlight at the airport, Roanoke, Virginia. 63 degrees at this hour. Keep it shiny side up, drivers. Stephen says, hello, good morning, Steve. All the truck drivers out there. Eskimo Mom, happy Thursday. Got the regular run tonight. Heads up for anyone on I-71 coming out of Louisville. 71 North is a parking lot from about the 50-mile marker to the 44. Seems that a wreck has that side all messed up. They're routing vehicles off in Carrollton, probably going north on US 42 and east of the road that connects 42 to the Kentucky Speedway and the Loves on 71. Got some clouds, 67 tonight, but yeah, that's a pretty significant backup there, right? Thanks for the heads up. All right, 71 in the bluegrass coming out of Louisville. 844-844-3388. It's been a while since Horse Feather's been first out of the box. What's happening?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. So, anyways, modulation check here. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Is this thing working?
Partially.
Partially? Oh, my. Oh, I got to do something about this. One of these days while I'm awake in the daytime, problem is when I'm awake in the daytime, I'm hardly awake. I'm sleeping practically.
Right.
Time I get going in the daytime, forget what the hell I'm supposed to do. So, anyways, listening to your news here, I don't know if this is helping or not. I don't know. Hopefully this is. Listening to your news here, the whole deal with this prosecutor in New York there, he wants to fine Trump, what was it, $250 million or something?
Right.
And then not have his company do business in the city of New York. Now, isn't there a term out there, a cutting off your nose to spite your face? What can we find out what the city of New York realizes in financial revenue from Trump's company?
The operations there, absolutely. How many people how many are employed in those facilities?
How much taxes are paid because of him? Because of employees, because of purchases, because of operation. I mean, even if he's scamming stuff, he's still paying a lot of money to the city of New York. You actually want him to not do business in your city? New York has enough problems as it is right now with financial problems in the whole state of New York and the city of New York, and you want to boot out somebody that's probably one of your highest people, that one of your highest companies that probably pays you money? Huh? These people are just out of their tree. Unbelievable. So anyways, I don't know. Move on to better things here. St. Christopher Fund. So So, boy, I tell you, I love having the organization out there for everybody. But you know, I don't know if I feel lucky or if it was instilled in me from my grandmother as a child. But I mean, I pretty much always, if I don't have cash money in my pocket to buy it, I don't buy it. And if I don't have the cash to back, you know, I use credit. Don't get me wrong. I don't buy gas with cash. I pay for all our gas. You know, my wife and I pay for gas with a credit card, but we pay it off every month. I mean, we're in a position that we can afford to do that. I feel really lucky that six and a half years ago when I had my heart attack and I wasn't on the road for 8 weeks, that, you know, my wife had a job that, you know, that either one of us could support the household by ourselves. So, you know, I didn't need to call on something like that, but you know what, that was from the time of inception to what it's grown to be now, and you know, having TA on. I wish more truck stops would get on board with that, and more companies, and of course there's a lot of other things out there that need a little bit of financial help as well. You know, you got that final mile deal that Tom Kelly was talking about, that, you know, you don't realize it, you don't think about it, but you know, any day out here could be at least our last day working, if not our last day with our families. And between those two organizations, you know, what they do to, you know, help out the individuals and that's it, and the families. It's pretty amazing that there's that network out here. But anyways, I guess that's enough of that. So where was it that farmer you said was that got injured there, changing his tire on his tractor trailer, and
somewhere?
What state was that in?
Illinois.
All right. Well, it's good to hear that I had never heard of that organization before, that volunteer organization. So that's good to hear about them. But yeah, if they're doing 100 acres a day, combining, shelling corn, you know, with one combine, that's pretty good. So I would assume if he had his own tractor trailer, he probably had his own combine. So I don't know if they're using his combine or if you know, they brought in one with the volunteer organization. Maybe they got two because they brought in one. Maybe they're using his and have two for the operation. But that's still pretty good knocking out there, 100 acres a day. So, you know, for volunteers just to come over and help out their neighbor and say,
Yep.
you know, well, you know, we're gonna help you harvest your crop. But anyways, I don't know. So it looks like our weekend here is going to get kind of ugly. I guess we're going to have to go out and make the fire truck work in the rain. We got a show scheduled there. It's the 200th anniversary for the Westminster Fire Department. They're kind of northwest of Baltimore, but they're celebrating their 200th anniversary on Saturday, and they sent out an email yesterday in capital letters, says rain or shine, and I looked at the AccuWeather and it says 88% chance of rain and a high of like 62 degrees. So it's going to be an ugly parade, but I guess we're going to go out there and make the fire truck do what it's supposed to do no matter what the weather conditions are. Something kind of like the Postal Service, you know, rain, sleet, or snow or something that the fire trucks must go. I don't know, but we're going to see if we can get the old girl to get fired up and go out and do her thing on Saturday. So if anybody's in the Westminster, Maryland area or Baltimore area and wants to see a nice parade and help celebrate a 200, how many times do you get to help celebrate a 200th anniversary, Your Honor?
Like once.
Yeah. So anyways, we're hoping to do a couple more here. We got a couple other things coming up. I know there was one on the 14th. That's actually a 100th anniversary we're supposed to go to. So we'll see how that works out in the following week. But I hope everybody makes out all right with the weather there in the upcoming days. And I don't know. We got a couple more days here, shorts, but it sounds like the turn of the weather. So next week we're gonna get into what they call propane season. You ever heard of propane season, Your Honor? You ever hear anybody out there? You know anybody that likes it when it's like propane? Yeah, maybe I shouldn't say anymore. I'm probably making everybody mad at me. And to tell you the truth, I actually think I might have found out how many people actually out there kind of know me, because at least with Facebook, I got just shy of 100 birthday wishes there. So, again, thank you to everybody who wished me happy birthday. If you didn't happen to see, I did put a little thank you on the Facebook, but to everybody else, it's greatly appreciated, and everybody knows what I try to do, and maybe we'll talk about that after the 16th when it all kicks off for the whole next year, Your Honor.
Yep.
Oh, the 16th is coming, and we're going to kick the whole organization off to get going and try to do our thing on the 16th. So we'll leave it at that, and we'll chat at you later, and have a good night. And, you know your due diligence, don't you?
It's that time again, right? Very good. Hello to Jeff, New York City, checking in. He said, good morning, Steve, New York City. Thank you. Let's see, Double R. I saw your post earlier in the day. He said, Double R checking in here in Orlando. He said he just left the hospital. Anita wasn't feeling well earlier this past. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but yeah, maybe you can give us a full report, Double R, if you're up to it. I guess it's been a long day. He's been at the hospital. Apparently they admitted her. So say a prayer for Anita. Yeah, nothing like being hundreds of miles away from home and family, getting checked into the hospital. So I guess Double R's probably heading back. I guess he'd be sleeping in the truck and head back to the hospital in the morning. I guess they're probably going to be running some tests and whatnot. All right, so yeah, prayers there, Anita. Hope you feel better. All right, it is 844-844-3388. A Thursday morning coming on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. So we put out the bat signal there. And hello, Double R.
Hey, bud. How you doing?
Well, probably better than
How
you.
you
You're
been?
stuck in Orlando, huh?
Yeah. We left out of Michigan. We had to come down here with a load of race cars. Took them down to Sebring, Florida, and dropped them off. And I had one car on my trailer that has to go to South Carolina, And so we're stopped by the yard here, and then during this whole time, it was like last week, I was kind of under the weather myself, and then Nita was feeling good, and I passed it over to her, and, well, hers went from bronchitis to pneumonia, and, yeah. And so I told her, you know, because she was sleeping a lot, doing a lot of sleeping, and I stopped and got her some of that Mucinex DM, thinking that would break it up and get that crap out of her, you know. Well, that just made it worse.
Wow.
And, yeah. So it got to the point, you know, she was wanting to sleep all the time. And anyhow, I just told her, I said, look, we get to the yard, I'm taking you to the doctor. We're going to see if we can get you a shot, some antibiotics, and let's nip this in the butt and get you back on, you know, back on your feet.
Sure.
She said, okay. Well, we went to the hospital, and her oxygen level was real low. And, yeah. And, so they did a CAT scan. They did all kinds of different tests. And, I just got back, like I said, I just got back here at the yard, cause the dogs, or I'd have stayed at the hospital. And, her oxygen level keeps dropping. They can't figure out why her oxygen level is dropping like this. So they got her on oxygen right now, and they're going to keep her overnight and push the antibiotics in her and breathing treatments. And of course, the doctor comes in and says, "Do you smoke?"
Yeah.
You know, they all, you know how that song, you know how that song and dance is. Yeah. So she goes, yeah. He goes, well, how long have you been smoking? She said, 18 plus years. Well, you know, but anyhow, but they kept her in the hospital, and I'm doing fine. And like I said, I'm going to probably push this race car off my trailer tomorrow and give it to another driver. And I'm going to stay down here in Orlando, just crash out in the truck. I got plenty of room in the truck, so that's no bother. So, but me and the dogs will just be down here, and we got a company car, and they're, you know, they've been letting me, they'll let me take it up to the hospital and be with her. So, but I'll keep you and Sis, I'll keep you guys updated on this.
Okay.
And yeah, but anyhow, that's all my stuff, and I just want everybody out there listening tonight be safe, and we love every one of y'all, and you guys be careful.
I presume they did the COVID test. Is it COVID, or did it's just a?
Hey, Steve, check this out. We're sitting there in the hospital, and you know, in the emergency room, and Nita goes, "Wow." She goes, "They did it. I mean, this hospital is outstanding. It's right over here by Disneyland. It's called Dr. Phillip. It's a real good hospital. I think it is. But I mean, they jumped on Anita, buddy. I mean, just everybody. Boom, 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 boom. And I couldn't believe it, you know. But anyhow, Nita goes, guess what? I said, what, honey? She says, they did one thing I didn't, they did everything but one thing I thought they would do right off the bat. I said, what's that, COVID? She said, sure enough. And I kid you not, Steve, 3 minutes to 5 minutes after she said that, they walked in with a Q-tip swab and said, got to give a COVID test.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but they nailed her on it. So, yeah, so I'm hoping that turns out negative. But they said that her EKG that they give her showed that she had pneumonia. So
okay,
I hope that's all it is. But you know, anyhow, I'm gonna let you get off here, and I'm walking the dogs right now. They're driving me nuts. But anyhow, you guys out there on the road tonight, be safe, and Steve, I'll talk to you later on, and I'll keep you posted.
All right.
So,
thank you much. Prayers for Anita.
Right.
Tell her we're thinking about her, and get well soon. There you go. All right. So I guess they didn't do the rapid test. When they do the test, that they'll have the results tomorrow kind of thing, I guess. Yeah. Hello, Kentucky Ken. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew. Mr. Summers, loaded up. Going to be rolling out within the hour. Next venue, Kansas City, Missouri. So not a far trip tonight. Safe travels out there, but Kentucky Ken is listening in. All right, and hello to Cliff. He says, hello, keep up the good work. Thank you so much. All right, so news update just ahead here. 5-7 will be checking. I think he also wants to talk about this clown show, monkey trial going on in New York with Letitia James. Meanwhile, when I came across this story, I thought, I wonder if somebody was listening to our conversation with Eagle last evening when he was kind of chiming in about these businesses, shuttering operations and just due to the crime and whatnot. He said, why don't you hire security and crack down on the criminals? Because the good people are all being punished by the handful of the bad, right? I'll explain when we come back here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Classes are canceled at Morgan State University while police continue searching for a suspect in a shooting on campus last night that sent 5 people to the hospital. None of the victims suffered life-threatening injuries. The victims, 4 men and 1 woman, ages 18 to 22. Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott.
It reminds us all, again, that we are dealing with not just here in Baltimore, not just at Morgan State University, but across this country of the United States, an epidemic when it comes to guns and gun violence.
City police responded after campus police heard shots being fired outside a residential building. The shooting occurred in the area of Thorogood Marshall Hall and the Murphy Fine Arts Center. The ousting of House Speaker Kevin McCarthy sparked a flurry of contenders vying for his position. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan and House Majority Leader Steve Scalise of Louisiana officially entered the race. When questioned about the possibility of taking up the role, former President Trump stated, "My sole dedication is to serving as president." Ex-President Trump departed New York City after attending his civil fraud trial for the third consecutive day.
Former president, the leading candidate, I'm leading Joe Biden by a lot, which is probably why this is all happening. Not probably, it's definitely. They're coordinating with Washington, 100%.
New York Attorney General Letitia James has leveled allegations against Trump, claiming he exaggerated his net worth to secure more advantage getting loans from banks. Trump continues to maintain his innocence. Could robots soon be working at a fast food restaurant near you?
Chipotle is currently testing an automated system for making burrito bowls and salads. The California-based company has introduced robots that skillfully put together the ordered meals for customers who use the Chipotle app.
That's John Schaefer reporting. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Today's strike against Kaiser Permanente may have widespread effects on patients nationwide. Caroline Lucas, the executive director of Coalition of Unions for Kaiser, says the strike is a final measure, deeming it absolutely essential.
It would be unethical to continue to allow patients to believe that they are showing up to hospitals and clinics that are fully staffed and fully functioning.
75,000 workers from various departments, including the ER, dental care, housekeeping, and behavioral health, walked off the job. It's worth noting that physicians are not included in this union action. The individual charged with the murder of rapper Tupac Shakur, Dwayne Keith D. Davis, is scheduled to face arraignment in Las Vegas later this month. It has been rescheduled to October 19th, 27 years after the murder. Davis was apprehended last Friday. Student loan repayments have resumed. Republicans have thwarted attempts to continue a moratorium that began during the COVID pandemic.
I don't know of any reason why people can't continue to pay their student loans on time.
That's Senator John Cornyn of Texas. He says President Biden acted illegally in forgiving student loan debt. Joe Jonas and estranged wife Sophie Turner are slated for a January 2nd trial in Manhattan federal court for their custody dispute over their 2 children. The Game of Thrones actress initiated an emergency lawsuit to relocate the children from New York City to their permanent residence in England. They have a 3- and 1-year-old. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
right, thank you much. Welcome back as we kick off hour number 2. Josh, your week's going well. Hard to imagine we're rolling toward the weekend. We got a Thursday here. You know, that's Friday Eve, by the way. All right, we do have, an update, maybe some positive news. According to the late evening report from Reuters News, negotiators for the United Auto Workers and Ford, at least, have narrowed their differences on pay increases after a new offer from the automaker, amid what they are describing as really active talks, according to those familiar with the bargaining. Shawn Fain plans to update the 150,000 members at Ford, General Motors, and Chrysler on Friday. According to one briefed on the plans, not clear whether Fain will order a fresh round of walkouts or declare significant progress has been made to maybe delay strikes at additional plants. Now, in addition to Ford, talks with Chrysler's parent Stellantis and other automakers and the UAW have been active in recent days, according to sources. We didn't get a comment from Stellantis. Ford said on Tuesday it had made a comprehensive new offer that included a more than 20% general wage increase, not compounded with a double-digit increase in the first year. They didn't elaborate. That proposal, however, when combined with cost of living adjustments that had previously been offered by the automaker, could bring the total wage increase offer close to 30% over the life of the contract. The UAW and Ford have not announced agreements on other significant issues, including pay and union representation at future battery plants, and the union's push for a return to retirement plans that assure a defined level of benefits. Ford's chief financial officer, John Lawler, announced late last week that the automaker's retirement offer would assure UAW workers could retire with $1 million in savings. But in a sign that the Detroit automakers are still bracing for a lengthy struggle, General Motors this past day secured a new $6 billion, with a B, $6 billion line of credit, and estimated that the cost of the UAW strike was $200 million during the third quarter. Of course, the Target strike against the Big Three started September 15. We're now in the 20th day. GM's chief financial officer tells CNBC the line of credit was prudent given statements from the UAW officials that they intend to drag this on for months. Now, he did say GM has made a record contract offer, and they need a deal that puts it on par with our competitors. All right, they go through who's being struck. It's difficult to keep up, with which facilities had been. Are there new facilities? It's all getting kind of confusing and convoluted to me. But against the backdrop, General Motors said in a securities filing that they've locked in the new $6 billion line of credit through October of 2024. J.P. Morgan and Citibank are listed as joint lead arrangers for the deal. Ford secured a $4 billion line of credit in August ahead of their contract expiration. Nonetheless, GM's new line of credit will bolster their balance sheet against a protracted strike that could widen to cut off production at some of their more profitable vehicles. The big Chevrolet and GMC pickup trucks, the large SUVs like the GMC Yukon, the Cadillac Escalade. GM shares ended down about 1% Wednesday afternoon. Now, the additional funds will require GM to maintain at least $4 billion in global liquidity and $2 billion in U.S. liquidity. Terms of the credit agreement also restrict GM from mergers or sales of assets and limits on other new debt. The UAW did say Monday it presented a new contract offer to GM. GM, in turn, said despite the offer, significant gaps remain. They've been forced to lay off 2,100 workers at 5 plants in 4 states. Now, okay, so I guess this would be very up-to-date. Ford said yesterday they were laying off another 400 workers in Michigan starting today, Thursday, because of the strike after previously furloughing 930 workers. Stellantis, 370 workers in Ohio and Indiana. All right. Lastly, meanwhile, nearly 30% of auto parts makers surveyed by an industry trade group said they have laid off some workers due to the UAW strikes. Another 60% expect more layoffs by mid-October if these walkouts continue. So if this drags on, the numbers are really going to begin to pile up exponentially the longer this goes. But all right, one step forward, one step back kind of thing. I mean, as long as they're making progress, but we can only hope it's not drug out for months. 5-7.
Okay. I want to, first off, thank you, Letitia James. Of course, seeing the proceedings, that's one scary-looking woman. I mean, wanting vengeance like she does, it's just evil. But I was waiting to hear, okay, what kind of, bankruptcies, a line of bankruptcies, and not paying banks back. No, that's not what I heard. And let's say, all right, overpricing your business. All right, listen, all right. Would you lend Letitia James $100, or would you lend Donald Trump $100?
Right.
Business does he have? You know what? Donald Trump would pretty much, you could charge him $100 or the interest. You knew you were going to get your money back with interest. Letitia, I don't know what business she got. So I was listening. All right, overcharge. All right, you got a $100,000 business, and let's say the city says it's worth $100,000. But Donald Trump said, no, it's got my name on it, it's worth $200,000. Well, then he gets a loan from the lenders, banks, or whatever. Now, it's their job to make sure that they're not lending you the money for something that is less value. But Donald Trump says it's worth $200,000 because it has his name on it. Well, it's their job to make sure that they do their job and invest wisely. And no, there was no bankruptcies. According to what I heard, he paid back the loans, and the banks made money. So I thank Letitia James because there's so much that come out. I didn't quite understand what it was all about. But Donald Trump looked good in this. I'm sorry. I mean, if I'm arguing with a knucklehead around here, I'm saying, listen, this was just, I never could quite understand his business dealings. This was the best explanation I've been able to come up with. And hey, the Trump family and the kids have a product to sell. Investment, buildings, real estate, unlike the Bidens that have nothing. So I don't see, I know the corruption, 200 billion or whatever they're trying to nail him on. Well, appeal after appeal, that's worth going for the rest of his life, fighting to keep his money. And I got a funny feeling if it ever would get to the Supreme Court, it would be thrown out. According to Donald Trump and according to what he said, the judge said, the majority of this stuff has been gone beyond the statute of limitations. So, but I want to thank her. I think because of this, I understand more of what the Trump family does for a living, and their business prominence, or their wisdom, and how to handle their money, their bank, what they do for a living, and accountability for their wealth. They've been saying that the man don't have no money, but you know what? That big airplane he flies around in costs a lot of money. So, and everybody's going to be wanting paid up front. I don't hear anybody complaining that they're not getting paid, but yeah, they're trying to destroy this man. And I'm telling you, I think they're doing us a favor. I've seen a couple of reels, and it has people I'll leave this up to Eagle. But I've seen people in the black community, and that mug shot it's like that. The Donald Trump mug shot is something that they can relate to. They've got a lot of friends and family that have mug shots. And that's, I guess, in the Atlanta area, they're listening to what's going on. What happened with the sports deal, where they ended up putting it out there in Colorado. There's a lot of things that even the black community, they're paying attention to, including where they reduce the charges or amnesty for a lot of people that was overcharged, including chaining women to a bed. Prisoners were given birth. So there's just a lot of stuff that's coming out. And Letitia James, I got to say thank you, because I guess you got to look at the good that's coming out of this stuff. And hey, he paid his bills and the banks made money. So what's the problem again? I'm scratching my head. So other than that, you really got to be a ruthless Trump hater to go any further than that. So, and like Horace Feather said, how many people work in New York City? Mm-hmm. How many jobs are we talking about losing in New York City? And according to the mayor, they're already illegal immigrants are destroying the city. So it sounds like they might need them businesses in the tax base to keep this city alive. But then again, maybe it's a good thing that Trump moves out of New York City and puts it in Atlanta or in Miami, So there you go. Other than that, I got to dump this load. I'm on the dump now.
All right, go to work. Copy to the mail, 5-7. Have a good morning. All right, hello, Bourbon Street Gary. Morning, Steve, the Overnight Drive gang. Bourbon Street Gary hauling the Ford parts, listening in. Looking at 70 degrees, cloudy in Blue Springs, Missouri. Everybody stay safe out there. All right. Glenn checking in from somewhere down in Florida. Hello. Hello, Steve. The smoke is clearing out, finally, in Florida. But the construction on I-75 is ramping up. Yeah, they had the health advisories there on Tuesday into Wednesday. So, yeah, they anticipated the smoke would begin to head out into the Gulf of Mexico. So, Rubber Duck, hello. Good morning. Hot Shot Secret off to Detroit for more Hellcats later. And it's 844-844-3388. Yeah, Wheelchair Dave is on board. I got a couple emails here. He said, Steve, did I see correctly that this upcoming weekend they're talking overnight lows like 34 Saturday, 35 Sunday? It's time for me to head south. Yeah, Wheelchair Dave, that is correct. I know you're a bit further north in the Buckeye State versus where we are here in the southwest corner, but yeah, I do see, looking ahead here, we're talking overnight lows going to be dropping into, yes, indeed, the 30s in the coming days. What do we got here? Saturday night, like 39, 38 Monday night, 38 Tuesday. I mean, big time cool off coming our way late this weekend into at least the first half of next week. I think things begin to warm up a little bit toward midweek. Overnight lows back into the middle and upper 40s, but it's going to be quite the weather shock. One thing's for certain, the princess will be firing up the furnace with the overnight lows in the 30s. Good Lord. It's 844-844-3388. Clear lines on a Thursday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, I mentioned a scenario that Eagle brought up on last night's program. Why are you shutting down stores? Well, because they're losing so much revenue. All these, whether it's CVS, Target stores, your mom and pop, the liquor stores, they're all in the business to make money. But this was rather interesting. The amount of crime in the streets of some of our biggest cities is causing businesses like Jim's West Steaks and Hoagies in Philadelphia to hire armed security. The co-owner, Cortez Johnson, told Philadelphia television station WTBI, the violence has spiked. During their reopening in September, it goes up and down, but you want people to feel safe and be safe when they come out and eat, and you don't want them to have to worry about being harmed. The business now has armed security agents carrying AR-15 rifles posted outside their West Philadelphia location to keep patrons safe. Now, I see the whole premise of hiring armed security, but that would be, wouldn't that be, carrying the AR-15 standing outside the business door, right? Now, they said our lines are down the block. So while you're standing here in line, connecting with other people, You may not know, we have security right here just to keep you guys safe, according to the company's CFO. According to the news outlet, the armed agents are stationed during business hours Thursday through Sunday. It's just not myself, according to the owner of Presidential Protection Services. It's usually other agents who are sworn and certified by the state of Pennsylvania to do security work when they're off duty. All of us are former military, police, and law enforcement background. The restaurant, just one of many businesses in the primarily Democrat-run cities that are taking it upon themselves to try to control the criminal activity. Yeah, we've lost American cities again, similar to the 1980s and 1990s. The Politico reported Pat McCrory, a Republican who was mayor of Charlotte from 1995 to 2009, later went on to serve as governor of North Carolina. He said, the Democrat Party has been hijacked by people who do not want to enforce the laws. Now, as we know, national chain stores like CVS and Walgreens are shuttering hundreds of locations due to the increased shoplifting, which was estimated to be as high as $80 billion last year. $80 billion in stolen merchandise from retailers. Now, we know CVS has announced last week they're closing 900 stores by the end of next year. Walgreens announced they would be closing 150 locations. Of course, just last month, police arrested more than 50 people. This was just a couple weeks ago, right? The Philadelphia flash mob looting stores, Apple, Foot Locker, Lululemon, numerous liquor stores. I mean, literally stuffing merchandise into garbage bags. All right. It is 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? Thursday coming on. We'll get to some of the other industry headlines as we roll on. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
USA News Update. The hunt is underway for a new Speaker of the House. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan and House Majority Leader Steve Scalise of Louisiana announced their bids today. Additionally, Oklahoma Congressman Kevin Hern is a potential contender. Starbucks is closing 7 locations in downtown San Francisco with no specific reason.
The company is closing stores in the Financial District, Soma, and the Union Square areas on October 22nd. On Monday, Jessica Borton, the company's regional vice president for Northern California, said the closures come after evaluating the company's store portfolio, which it does every year.
That's Deanna Kodiak. Former President Trump was in New York City for day 3 of his civil fraud trial. Trump is accused by New York Attorney General Letitia James of inflating his net worth. The AG is seeking $250 million in fines and a ban on Trump's company doing business in New York. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's Proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For Proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's Proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what are you looking at here? Industry headlines from CDL Live. I had a story from actually one of our regular listening friends was included in this story, a.k.a. Brain Dead. Former Yellow drivers denied jobs over concerns about their previous ties to the union. Yeah, we know that Yellow declared bankruptcy, shut their doors in August. Now thousands of truckers on the hunt for new jobs, and many saying they're being turned down. Union positions are somewhat rare in the trucking industry, but a majority of Yellow employees were in the Teamsters Union. As these drivers seek out new positions, companies are wary of hiring them over concerns about union ties and their effect on relationships between employees and employers, as well as being union and non-union employees, according to the report from Marketplace. In the months, of course, we know the background leading up to the closure, the Teamsters and Yellow were already at odds over Yellow's failure to pay employees' health benefits on time. After Yellow missed the extended deadline to pay, of course, the Teamsters threatening to strike. At the 11th hour, lo and behold, they suddenly said, okay, we got the money. Tracy Cullen, who drove for Yellow for 40 years, said shortly after Yellow agreed to pay, of course, they announced they're shutting down, blaming the Teamsters for the closure and leaving drivers like Cullen without any of the benefits that they had been promised. All workers and employers should take note of our experience with the International Brotherhood of Teamsters and worry, said Yellow's Chief Executive Officer Darren Hawkins. Now, this is where the finger-pointing had been going back and forth. We faced 9 months of union intransigence, bullying, deliberately destructive tactics. A company has the right to manage its own operations. But as we've experienced, the Teamsters leadership was able to halt our business plan, literally driving our company out of business, despite every effort to work with them. The sentiment of this statement, the fear that more drivers might unionize, is what is preventing truckers like Cullen from finding new driving jobs. Of course, Braindead has subsequently found work. I'm not exactly sure when they had spoke to him. He said, I was told by 2 companies, straight up by 2 companies. They said, if you had not worked for Yellow, I'd hire you tomorrow. Chris Dowdy, another former Yellow driver, said he had sent out dozens of applications, went more than a month without a paycheck, forcing his wife to take on a second job while he was looking for work. That's the thing that's been boggling my mind because, back in the day when I started driving, like when the dinosaurs roamed the earth, I mean, you were fired on Friday, you were hired on Monday. That's pretty much what Braindead had been calling for weeks and weeks, talking about sending out those applications. But all right, it is 844-844-3388. The hunt for a House Speaker. All right, what's your pick? I don't know if others are going to be throwing their hat in the ring. Jim Jordan did indeed this past day say he would be seeking the Speaker position, publishing a letter detailing his proposed focus. He focused on the decay of public safety, the rising crime we're seeing all over the country. The American people have entrusted us to lead in the House of Representatives. We should be proud of what we've achieved together in these divided times, but the work is not done. For those not really familiar, Jordan, he's chairman of the House Judiciary Committee. He was also the first ever chairman of the House Freedom Caucus. Now, the Freedom Caucus includes fellow disruptors, as they call them, like Lauren Boebert, Andy Biggs of Arizona, Paul Gosar of Arizona. Now, Jordan said these far-left progressive policies are destroying our communities, our security, our future. We've got soaring crime all over the country. We have an administration with open border policies causing chaos. The Republican majority must continue to address the issues that matter to the people. We have to address the rising crime in major cities and reject the soft-on-crime pro-criminal policies. Got to get the fiscal house in order. All right, we must continue working to secure the border and protect our national security. We're at a critical crossroad in our nation's history. Now's the time for the Republican conference to come together and keep our promises to the American people. All right, so Jordan, I respectfully ask for your support for Speaker of the House of Representatives. Thomas Massey of Kentucky said Jim was his first choice for the speakership. I support Jim. Now, meanwhile, you've got Jim Banks from Indiana that also threw his support behind Jordan. House Majority Whip Tom Emmer apparently is supporting Steve Scalise. Scalise is the other who has thrown his hat into the ring.
Ready?
What do we know about Steve Scalise? We'll try and break some of that down for you coming up here. All right, looks like we may have lost phone connection momentarily there, so all right, try again. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And apparently, the squirrel must have come back briefly there. They got the call during the break from the Salem Broadcast Network. Hey, we lost contact with you. So, okay, I've reconnected there. Phone lines are back connected. I don't know, how much did we miss there? Somebody sent me a text, said we dropped the show about 1:38, so I guess nobody heard anything about Jim Jordan. That's where we left off there, right? Jim Jordan officially tossed his hat in the ring for the leadership role, Speaker of the House. So it looks like it's going to come down to Jim Jordan, or is it going to be House Majority Leader Steve Scalise? Because he also announced later this Wednesday afternoon that he has joined the race. He's the top-ranking House Republican behind the Speaker Pro Tem Patrick McHenry. He sent out a tweet with a strong sense of responsibility and purpose that he seeks the nomination. All right, widely liked by his colleagues, and he may enter the race as the front-runner, they say. Probably best known due to his injuries. Remember, he was one of those shot when they were at the Republican baseball team game back in 2017. It was a practice. Endured a long absence from Congress while recovering, and continues to this day to suffer related health issues. He served as the Republican whip for almost a decade. He's the former chairman of the Republican Conservative Committee. All right, the largest conservative bloc in the House, Representative Kevin Hern, is also likely a candidate. So Let's see. Scalise's rise in the House Republican Congress has followed behind Kevin McCarthy's ouster Tuesday from that top spot. Now, I guess he had a pretty cool relationship with McCarthy. He might work in Scalise's favor to become Speaker. I mean, one thing we do know is Scalise actually had a good score, a good record as far as support for Ukraine. That's got to be one of the big issues moving forward, looking for someone, all right, to take that spot. Meanwhile, this is all kind of creating a bit of havoc. I think Vic actually brought it up last evening that, we just got the extension, 45 days, before we will again face a potential government shutdown. And without a speaker, can't introduce any legislation. They're not going to be able to make any progress moving forward to pass any of the budget bills. So they have to get this done post-haste, which leads us to, on the Senate side, there are 13 Senate Republicans that are pressing Chuck Schumer to cancel the Senate's October recess, given the government funding deadline, which is now mid-November. I guess they sent a message this past day. We urge you to modify the Senate calendar so that we remain in session Monday through Friday every week until all 12 fiscal year 2024 appropriation bills are passed in the Senate and the House and signed into law by the President. The House of Representatives has already taken the step to forego their October recess. The Senate must follow suit. Now, hell, I thought they just came. Didn't they just come back from like an August recess? How many recesses do we get in Congress? While valuable work is done while senators are back in their home states, it is imperative we remain in D.C. until the appropriations work can be completed. That's what the people expect and deserve. John Cornyn of Texas spoke on the floor Tuesday, called Schumer's move to send lawmakers home outrageous and irresponsible. Like he wants to let's just go home, right? Right after the last second continuing resolution agreed to Sunday kept the government funded. Bunch of games going on there in our nation's capital. Vic, welcome aboard.
Yeah. Well, I learned some things today that I was flabbergasted. They have not kicked Nancy Pelosi out of the Speaker's office there in the Congressional building.
Now, where did that come from then?
I have it's like, I agree with this McHenry. It's like, hey, you're no longer a speaker. You don't deserve this office, So, are you still with me there?
Oh, yeah. I'm with you.
Okay. Okay. But there was it Steny Hoyer? Anyway, there were some people in congressional leadership positions on the Democrat side that were still maintaining those offices. So, I think that I have to agree with Gates on that. Somebody should have been doing something long before now. But my bone of contention with Gates kicking this up right now is that we were in the midst of this funding thing, debt increase, whatever it is. And the other thing is they bring up the deal about Ukraine. Well, when they were bringing that up, Ukraine is actually forced the Russian naval fleet to their Black Sea fleet to leave their Crimean ports and reposition. And we had intelligence information on that back on October the 1st. And supposedly some of the Ukraine special forces are actually active in Crimea right now. Plus, there are other actions going on the eastern side that has Russia up against the wall. And I don't know that many, but what little bit I know, Russia is going all around the world. I don't care where it is, where there's some sort of a difference in a community, whether it's the Armenians or whether it's the Africans or whatever. They're trying to stir up all the trouble they can. And if they get their nose bloodied there in Ukraine, it'll give them, they'll probably decide that's not a very good idea. And in addition, my personal feeling is that will give China and North Korea some cause for pause. So now if they say, well, we're going to flake out on you and we're not going to back Ukraine, the two difference in those situations, they're just monumental. So that was my bone of contention with Gates. And I don't know if Pensacola, this probably doesn't mean a lot to a lot of people, but Pensacola, that's where most of the Navy pilots go for their initial training. I don't know if that's in his district or not, but a lot of the former military type people and people that do a lot of the, I would say, well, I'll just call it dirty work, although it's not really dirty work, it's just clandestine. That was the word I was looking for. A lot of people pass through there, and there's also an Air Force base, or used to be over there in Mississippi, that actually trained Lee Harvey Oswald for air traffic control. And Lee Harvey Oswald, supposedly, before he shot Kennedy, had defected to Russia and given Russia the flight pass for the U-2s that allowed them to shoot down the U-2. That's never really been resolved. But there's a lot of, there where Matt Gates is, there are a lot of military influences. So the things that are going on today, I don't know what he might be jeopardizing. I just know that they do a lot of things that most people don't even know about and don't realize that they're doing on behalf of this country. So I don't know what was so desperate that they needed to get rid of McCarthy right here in this 45-day period, and that was my bone of contention, and that was like I say, that was my bone of contention. So now they have, and I imagine Matt Gates' reward will be when he runs for Congress next time. Guess who's going to be opposing? They're going to come up with a Democrat opponent. They're going to drag up his past ethics, and he's going to be on the receiving end. And why he helped the Democrats, I don't know. But anyway, that's enough on that subject before I ramble too long on that, because what I wanted to get to was the Trump thing. I've been part of a lot of business dealings, and by and large, like whenever I was in the feed business and we were financing feed dealers that wanted to upgrade their operations, or they wanted to buy another operation or anything, and many times they had like subchapter S corporations, and the person that had the subchapter S corporation, they would be required to sign some type of deal saying that they were personally responsible for the debt. Otherwise, they could bankrupt the subchapter S corporation and leave their creditor, just strung out, just on a limb. Excuse me. Anyway, Trump's business dealings are way beyond that, much more sophisticated. And you have a judge that wants to pan to the cameras, and that's why they won't allow didn't want cameras in the courtroom in the first place. And then you have an attorney general that my personal feeling is that not only does she have a vendetta against Trump, she's looking for a big payday. And my personal feeling is that she's fronting for somebody that has the money to take over the Trump businesses. And she really doesn't care about the revenue to New York or anything else. It's just all about increasing her wealth, and somebody somewhere is actually putting her up to all this stuff.
I mean,
why in the world?
I get really confused, Vic, when Trump, you've got an individual, a businessman, and running these multi-million-dollar operations. He's not filing his own taxes. He's not doing the paperwork. He's not personally placing values on properties. I mean, that's all done by employees and attorneys and all that. How do they say Trump overvalued properties? He didn't set numbers.
No, well, that's just like what little bit that I had, and there used to be a cooperative up there in New York called Agway. It might still be there, I don't know, but but they were our competition because I was there at the Allied Mills, part of it, and actually we did a lot of business with what they always said was a mob there in New York. It was kind of one of them hands-off things or whatever. But the person loaning the money is a person that gets to set the value of the
That's
property.
what I thought. The banks would look. The banks would go in and look, or the financiers would look and say, "This is." You have to have things appraised, right?
Right. You have to have them appraised. You have to satisfy the insurance company. I don't know if you've ever been in a business, but I know a lot of people out there that listen to you have businesses, trucking business or whatever, and most likely they have a book that is quite thick. It lists everything that they have in that business that is insured, and they have to go through that every year, and most likely somewhere along the line there will be an insurance appraiser to come in and say, yeah, you have this or you have that, and you haven't sold it off. I mean, when you get into the area of high finance like Trump is, a lot of his valuations are based on the fact of his name and his name recognition. And the quickest way I can get to that is you can go open a hamburger stand or you can go buy a McDonald's franchise. At one time, I don't know what they cost now, but a McDonald's franchise was $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
You paid for that because of all the advertising and the support you got from the McDonald's.
Because the general public, is someone going to pull into the burger joint called Summers, or are they going to pull into McDonald's? That makes sense. But hey, we got to pause there. News break, top of the hour. Back after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Thousands of Kaiser Permanente healthcare workers in 5 states are on strike, demanding higher wages, increased staffing, and better conditions.
It can't really get any worse, but, if we don't do something about it now, what's going to happen?
The unions argue that understaffing benefits the company but harms patients and leads to employee burnout. The workers are also advocating for a $25 minimum wage. The strike is approved for 3 days in California, Colorado, Oregon, and Washington, and 1 day in Virginia. Chipotle is currently testing an automated system for making burrito bowls and salads. The California-based company's introduced robots that skillfully put together the ordered meals for customers who use the Chipotle app. This isn't the first foray into robotic assembly for the fast food chain. Last year, a robot named Chippy was initially tested at a California restaurant and effectively showcased its proficiency in crafting tortilla chips. The Biden administration's forgiving $9 billion in student loan debt for 125,000 borrowers. President Biden, speaking from the White House, highlighted the positive impact on individuals and the economy.
It means they can go and get their lives in order. They can think about buying a house. They can start a business. They can be starting a family.
This relief is specifically for those on income-driven repayment plans and in the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. The decision follows the recent resumption of federal student loan payments after a 3-year COVID-19 related pause. Simone Biles leads the U.S. women to win their 7th consecutive team title at the Gymnastics World Championships. The American team of Biles, Shalise Jones, Sky Blakely, and Liang Wang combined for a total of 167.729 points to edge Brazil and France. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The individual charged with the murder of rapper Tupac Shakur is scheduled to face arraignment in Las Vegas later this month. Dwayne Keefe D. Davis was initially set for arraignment today, but it has been rescheduled for October 19th. 27 years after the murder, Davis was apprehended last Friday. Actor Kevin Spacey revealed that he experienced heart attack symptoms earlier this week, leading to an urgent hospitalization. At the closing ceremony of a film festival on Monday night, Spacey shared that he had a moment of alarm when his arm went numb for approximately 8 seconds during a museum visit earlier that day. He recovered and was able to participate in the festival later on. Mourners are paying tribute to the late U.S. Senator Dianne Feinstein today. San Francisco Mayor London Breed says the city will host an open-air funeral on Thursday.
There will be a fitting celebration of her life. We anticipate the Vice President Kamala Harris, our current California senators, and other guests.
Feinstein's body is lying in state at San Francisco City Hall. Residents in the area can expect road closures and extra security around the Civic Center. Joe Jonas and estranged wife Sophie Turner slated for January 2nd trial in Manhattan federal court. It's all over the custody dispute of their 2 children. Couple married in 2019. They have a 3 and 1-year-old. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Since symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back at it here. Thursday coming on. Kind of feels like a Monday. Where's everybody at tonight? It's 844-844-3388. That headline pretty much says it all. From summer to fall in a snap. Chilliest weather of the season on the way. Yeah, well, that's going to be for the central and east, about the eastern 2/3 of the country. We're doing the exact opposite on the West Coast, where they're going to actually be going, after having some higher elevation snow and record cold over the last week or so, we're going to turn the page and record high temperatures return to the West late this week, where it's going to actually feel more typical of summer. Big time change from the recent cold spell, which indeed brought the first snow of the season for many in the Rockies. As the jet stream continues to nudge northward into western Canada, we'll see an amplified ridge of high pressure gain influence over the western states into this weekend, which will bring in much warmer air to the Pacific Northwest, California, Arizona, and even the Rocky Mountain states. From pretty much now on through the upcoming weekend, big portion of the West will see highs as much as 15 degrees above where we would typically be in early October. Maybe even a few daily record highs. Portland, Oregon, Seattle. Wow, Saturday, highs in Portland. Forecast to hit 80 degrees, just a few degrees shy of the record high, 83 there. Seattle, you're expected to reach the mid-70s by the time we kick off the weekend. You may challenge records Saturday as well. The Emerald City's daily record on Saturday would be 77 degrees. Even the overnight temperatures relatively warm for this time of year across the West Coast. All right, today, Thursday, likely to be the warmest day along the coast before the sea breezes are able to pick up and bring a bit of cooling for the end of the week. Over the interior, the heat will continue into at least Saturday. Any cooling on Sunday will probably be minor cooling. So the concern is that the uptick in temperatures combined with dry conditions could spell trouble for wildfires. However, another factor could add even more to the elevated risk, and that would be winds. Looks like the first Santa Ana event of the season is about to kick in. In Los Angeles, low-end Santa Ana winds began to pick up during the early morning hours yesterday. They said this marks the season's first Santa Ana wind event. Windy conditions expected to return to the area each morning through the end of the week. So we had wind advisories this past day. By the end of the weekend into early next week, looks like some cooler air will spill back into the west as that ridge of high pressure begins to break down. Conditions from California to Washington drop back to where you would pretty much normally be this time of year. But, well, after a very chilly weekend last weekend, chance to get out there and enjoy some warmer fall activities out west for this upcoming weekend. All right, let me get back to thanks for hanging in there, Vic.
Yeah, well, thanks for holding me over there. Try to get things a little bit more organized there when I was talking about high business finance. And with this Letitia James, I was just thinking after you had went to the break there about the things that have happened with you mentioned Dianne Feinstein. Are you familiar with the base realignment committee or base the closures and everything they did? You probably weren't paying that much attention to it back. Okay, well, they closed a lot of military bases, and there was a lot of real estate went up, and a lot of contracts went up, and those were pretty well sold at bargain basement prices, and a lot of people made a lot of money out of it. And when you mentioned Dianne Feinstein, see, her husband, he became a billionaire, and her as well, in handling basically property through government contracts. And I believe she was actually the one that sold the old post office there in Washington, D.C. to Trump. But anyway, those that were on the inside track there, they made a lot of money because they sold off the Presidio out there in San Francisco, and that was high-dollar real estate. And as I recall, they didn't get much money out of it. The government didn't get much money out of it. But and the other thing, too, was back when the Pennsylvania Railroad and the New York Central went broke, there was a union official who told me, he said, those companies aren't broke at all. There are people trying to get a hold of the real estate those railroads had that the government had given them way back when down there in New York and Manhattan and other places. He said that's really what this was all about. Well, you wonder what that has to do with Letitia James. See, they all missed out. A lot of people missed out on that. And they're trying to figure out a way to get back. And going back to rules for radicals, Trump came along, and that gave them an opportunity. They could personalize things against him. And this Letitia James, she literally said that she was going to run to get Trump.
Yep.
Which I don't know how she can get away with that. If we had a real justice system, that would be called malicious prosecution. She had to have a reason for that, and she had to understand high finance. And whenever Trump said about his peers, I don't think he could find enough peers there in a jury that really understand the workings of high finance. I don't really understand it all, other than I know that if you have a large business, you're borrowing large amounts of money, most of the time you're going to be asked to pledge your assets. It's kind of like a blanket mortgage. Like on a blanket mortgage, you might just go loan for a car, but when you got that car loan, if you didn't pay attention and said you took a blanket mortgage, they had a mortgage on all of your properties if you didn't pay for that car. So they could go after anything you had to make up, the difference. If they had to repossess the car and sell it, then they could go after anything you had to make up that difference without having to go back to court and through a lot of procedures. Well, in high finance, it's a little bigger than that. But Trump undoubtedly had to pledge some of his personal assets and everything. But Trump also had a personal relationship to get things done there in Manhattan, and also in his father's organization there, I believe it was in Queens, that also built things. I think Trump's had things all across the country. But anyway, he had a relationship with a lot of unions, and there were a lot of rackets within, the mobsters within the unions that controlled the unions. Everybody's pretty well aware of that, but somehow, some way, Trump could get things done that other people couldn't get things done. Now that he's got something built, my personal feeling is, and I have no idea, I have an idea who it is, the people that would be encouraging this. And I just look at this, what's her name, the James there, the New York Attorney General.
Mm-hmm.
I just look at her as a shield for a group of people that are just trying to get property. They couldn't care less about whether Trump runs for president next time or not, but they want to diminish him to where that he has no resources to come back. There's another group of people that if any attorney tries to take a case for Trump or the MAGA people or everything else, they will file a motion to get that attorney disbarred. And all of this is going on because they can with Biden and the current attorney general. If we had an honest to goodness justice system, they wouldn't get away with it. And so that, that's just basically my take on the whole thing there with Trump. Yeah, we'll never get to the bottom of it, or I don't think we will. But it's about more than just trying to get Trump, so to speak. And the valuations that they were talking about, I mean, $18 million for an estate in Florida. I mean, that's just totally ridiculous. Because there's a lot of places, and like his Trump's property there in, I think he has some golf courses there in New York, and I know I believe it's the Hamptons. Although I've been in New York with a truck before, and I always try to get out there on a Friday afternoon, because if you're there after 3:00 on a Friday afternoon, man, it is. I guess it's a pain to get back across that Hudson and everything else, because everybody's trying to get out of the New York City and get back up into the mountains. The rich people, the Hamptons, the poor people, the Poconos of Pennsylvania. I mean, it's nothing to spend 3 or 4 hours just trying to get to where you can get to a decent roadway to where you can go. And of course, the other thing too, up in that part of the world, the trucks, a lot of state roads you can't get on, so you're just stuck on the big road. So all of these properties that are all up in there, I don't know how many Trump owns, but I know that there's a lot of valuable real estate within just the state of New York. And that doesn't account everything. I know he has some here in Indiana, and Indiana offered him all kinds of incentives to build casinos here. So he had went through all that. So now then he has properties with tax breaks given to him by the official government. So how are they going to value that? And they are only good for the initial person that did whatever they had to do to get the tax break. If they resell that property, it's going to be taxed at a different rate. And Trump, there were some properties there in New York. I don't know if it's Trump Towers. Anyway, he managed to get a real sweetheart deal because they had some property that was decaying there in New York, and he got a lot of tax breaks on that. So that whole case up there, my God, it's going to take 3, 4, 5 years to really go through it honestly, and his attorneys. And as long as Trump can maintain his cash flow, he can basically outlast this Letitia James.
Wow.
And she's doing everything she can to cut off his cash flow. And the more it gets out in the public, and the public says, hey, wait a minute, I'm a dairy farmer up here in New York, and if my local, I get in a feud with the local politician or political establishment, now then Letitia James has established this precedent, they might do the same thing for me. And these county feuds can get kind of bitter. I know a situation where a county commissioner wouldn't approve a bridge right next to a farmer that was 2 miles from a U.S. highway. And he had to drive like 10 or 15 miles out of the way, because if he took a loaded truck over to the U.S. highway, he had to go over a weight limit bridge. Now, he could come back empty, but he couldn't leave loaded. And there's a lot of silly things like that go on. So there are so many different things that this whole case up there in New York could lead to. And I'm surprised that some politicians aren't kind of yanking her chain and saying, you're delving into an area, you're going to establish precedent, and you're going to create a lot of future problems. And one last thing, I don't know, imagine that there's very many people out there that remember this, but have you ever heard of anything called MACV SOG from the Vietnam era?
No.
Okay, well, it's called Military Assistance Command Vietnam Special Operations Group. That's the precursor to the Delta Force. They did a lot of clandestine activities and different guerrilla wars and everything over there for a long time. And they were active on the night that destroyer was supposedly attacked. there in the Gulf of Tonkin. And when it came up in Congress, people lied and said, no, they weren't active. Well, they tried to keep that secret for years, and I didn't even realize they were keeping it secret. And one Air Force unit, a reserve unit that I got into, it turned into a special operations group. And I just always called it a combined action group. And I used to talk about that all the time, and I didn't even realize it was classified. And the reason it was classified was not because people didn't know what was going on. Everybody knew what was going on. But it was because people had lied to Congress to pass the Gulf of Tonkin resolution. And that's why that was classified.
Well.
And with that, I'll let you go, Steve.
All right. Thank you much, Vic. A lot of info here, but all right. I don't know. Has it ever happened before when you've got postseason? All right, Major League Baseball. We had the game one was Tuesday night's games. And I thought for sure that, you always have some teams. When you have a best of three, you got to win 2 out of 3. Typically, out of those, what are the odds that all 4 games, 8 teams coming in, you had 4 teams, 4 sweeps in the wild cards? Has that ever happened? Because game 2 of all these wild cards were played last evening. Texas wins their series over Tampa Bay. 7-1 was the final there. Texas moves on. Minnesota knocks off Toronto. That's a sweep, 2-0. 2-0 was the final score in that game. Arizona knocks off the Brew Crew. 5-2. Arizona moves on. Philadelphia, there's your Phillies, Philly Dan. 7-1, the final over Miami. Phillies move on. 4 wild card sweeps. Like I said, has that ever happened before? So I looked a little further, and according to Major League Baseball, some very bright minds have been rendered ridiculous trying to surmise anything of substance from small numbers of baseball games. The stakes might be immense, the pulse of the postseason, but when you get right down to it, these are still short series, which is to say anything can happen, usually does. It's especially true in 2-game sweeps, but we just watched 4 such sweeps in the wild card series round, which means now, with an eternity between rounds, so it's only 2 days, but it'll feel like an eternity. We have no choice but to think way too much about what we watched. But, how about that? What's the matchups as we move forward? Looking at the charts here, we'll break it down for you coming up. Twins advance, so they will meet the Astros. With the Phillies moving on, they'll have a rematch with those Atlanta Braves coming up in the National League Division Series. The Diamondbacks bounce the Crew, so it's on to the showdown with the Dodgers. And we'll be back in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, just came across a photo from, I guess, was that last night's game with Tampa Bay. Of course, they got swept. They lost 2 in a row there. But it's a photo from a view of the stands 15 minutes before the first pitch of a playoffs game. And, I mean, the stands are damn near empty. How does that happen? I mean, you get to the playoffs and nobody shows up? Wow. What an embarrassment. Okay. Maybe the fans knew they weren't going to pull one out of the hat. All right, Philip's going to be checking in here from Florida. See what's going on. Now, news break is just ahead, so looks like Brother Rambler going to be checking in as well. It's a very quiet morning. It's 844-844-3388. Hey, got a quick moment here. Let's see. Beginning today, October 5, rolling through the state of Ohio. Anyone, if law enforcement sees you using your phone while driving, it is now a primary offense. They can pull you over. They see you holding that phone. It's the distracted driving law officially going into effect. Drivers we interviewed say they think it will make the roads safer. The hope is people being hands-free while behind the wheel. The number of distracted driving accidents across the state will drop. State Patrol Sergeant Tyler Ross says this takes people's lives. It's serious. We need to eliminate these distractions. Overall, police will be issuing fines anytime someone drives while glancing at their phone rather than being focused on the road. Looks like first offense, 2 points added to your license, $150 fine, and it goes up from there. By the time of third offense, $500 fine, 4 points, and could lose your license for 3 months.
USA News Update. The hunt is underway for a new Speaker of the House. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan and House Majority Leader Steve Scalise of Louisiana announced their bids today. Additionally, Oklahoma Congressman Kevin Hern is a potential contender. Starbucks is closing 7 locations in downtown San Francisco with no specific reason.
The company is closing stores in the Financial District, Soma, and the Union Square areas on October 22nd. On Monday, Jessica Borton, the company's regional vice president for Northern California, said the closures come after evaluating the company's store portfolio, which it does every year.
That's Deanna Kodiak. Former President Trump was in New York City for day 3 of his civil fraud trial. Trump is accused by New York Attorney General Letitia James of inflating his net worth. The AG is seeking $250 million in fines and a ban on Trump's company doing business in New York. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Now look at there. I guess that photo I was looking at was Tuesday's wild card game. And believe it or not, that actually turned out to be the headline. If a team loses in the playoffs, but nobody's around to watch it, does it actually count? Now, obviously, yes, and it's not like nobody was in attendance when the Rangers traveled to face the Tampa Bay Rays. But when the Rangers won 4-0, the most pressing storyline was the number of fans in attendance, or not, I guess we should say. According to The Athletic, Tuesday's wild card game drew a paltry 19,704 fans to Tropicana Field. That figure is the lowest postseason attendance number seen since game number 7 in a best-of-9 of the infamous 1919 World Series between the White Sox and the Cincinnati Reds. And that game had a number of extenuating factors working against it. Now, one note, all the attendance figures do not count COVID-era issues when fans weren't allowed in the stadiums, right? But if you're not aware, the 1919 World Series, often referred to as the Chicago Black Sox scandal, wherein various members of the White Sox were given lifetime bans from baseball for betting on the series. But it wasn't hearsay of something untoward happening that deterred fans from attending. Citing the Society for American Baseball Research, that 1919 game saw only 13,923 attendees because the Reds had their fans buy tickets in 3-game blocks. That's fine for your first 3 home games in a series, but for the 4th game, it presented all kinds of logistical issues that stifled the attendance. Okay. I guess the most succinct explanation for Tuesday is that the Rays averaged, during the regular season, a meager 17,781 fans per given game. All right. Well, that's pretty sad. This is another headline for Major League Baseball, a season that the league would probably like to leave in the rearview mirror. National viewership of Major League Baseball games this year has been very stagnant and disappointing. People just not tuning in for the games, I guess. I don't know. What's happening, Philip?
Hey, bud, I guess people aren't interested as much as they used to be. What do you think?
I don't know what it is. I mean, the Reds actually, they had good attendance. Typically, they get cited for having poor, abysmal attendance. But I know that they were leading at the All-Star break and just they were in the hunt right down to, well, the second to the final game of the season.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. I'm a baseball man. That's American pastime there. People aren't watching as much anymore. I guess they're into everything else on their phones and whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Steve, have you heard anything about Estes? Have they got their computers back up yet?
I did not see any sort of update on that, no. And I mean, we had the story last evening. They made it sound like freight was moving, but I'll see if I can find anything more on that. I don't know. Pup would be the one to ask. I don't know if he's out there working or not.
Yeah, I'd heard that their third-party carrier, like Covenant and those guys, where they had them. They were still trying to find them loads, but they were their regular drivers are doing everything on paper. They're having to do everything on paper because they said there was a cyber attack. Is that what you heard?
Cyber. They didn't specify if it was like a ransomware thing, but definitely a cyber attack. Correct.
Oh wow. Yeah, I know. I was shocked when I heard the story yesterday. I was like, okay, that's but there's a lot of talk that because of that deal, they had that bid on Yellow's, wanted to buy Yellow's properties, their terminals, for that. What was it? Something like $1 billion.
Yeah, $1.5
billion. The speculation, they hit them because they thought they had a lot of cash. But I saw an interesting story yesterday. Have you heard anything about China putting traps in the Yellow Sea in the South Sea of China? Have you heard anything about that?
No, sir.
I saw a story yesterday that they put these traps. They're like a steel chain and apparatus that when a submarine goes on it, it catches it and it dismantles it. Well, they had one of their own subs. They dismantled it and they killed 55 people on the sub. Now, China's not really letting that out, but there's a lot of press out there that's saying that this actually happened. They lost 55 people on the sub out there in the Yellow Sea. They had these traps, and they say they put them around a lot of the islands in the South China Sea to catch ships and subs that are around there. It was a crazy story when I heard that. I thought to myself, 55 people, that's a lot of people in a sub. I mean, you don't want to let that, they died of poisoning from the batteries going out. So, that story's floating around there. I don't know if you heard that.
I pulled it up here, and I'm surprised I hadn't seen that yet. Yeah, I mean, I see it here from like yesterday, a bunch of headlines. 55 Chinese soldiers killed when a nuclear-powered sub sunk after being caught in a trap intended for American and British vessels. Wow.
Yeah, and that was in the Yellow Sea. I was like shocked when I saw that story. But they're saying they're doing that. They're getting really aggressive out there in the oceans around China, and they don't want nobody riding in their place. So they really, I guess, they're really getting really tough on the folks in the Philippines. They really getting down on them because they've been, the fishermen are going out there to get fish and they can't, they're getting hung up and stuff, and their naval stuff is cutting it out and everything, and they're trying to get it done. I was really shocked when I seen that story. And I told you about a child yesterday who shot 2 other children in Popka, Florida, at his mother's with his mother's gun. Do you remember me telling you about that?
Mm-hmm.
Now the child is going to get all the children that were shot are okay, but he's going to get an attempted murder charge against him, and then the mother is going to get charged because the gun was in a box that wasn't locked. Evidently, when you secure a weapon, it's got to be in a locked area, and she's going to get a misdemeanor charge on that one. But it was a really strange story, and there's actually camera footage of the kid running to the car and grabbing the gun. The whole thing is on camera, and that's some crazy stuff. What do you think, Steve?
That is crazy.
Yeah, and I tell you what, you need to secure that stuff, I tell you. And but you heard anything from Knucklebuster tonight? I wonder if he got any lists out there of stuff that he's seen happening.
I hadn't heard from him yet. I need to hear from him. We're quiet on the phones this morning.
Oh boy. So that's all I pretty much got for today, and I'm waiting for Rambler to come on there. I know Rambler's going to come on, so
yeah.
I'll let y'all go. Y'all have a good one. Thanks.
All right, I do have for you, though. I did pull up the latest. I guess FreightWaves did update, what's going on with Estes and the nuclear-powered something. All right, so I remember sharing a story about a possible nuclear-powered sub going down about a month ago. And I think Pappy had called in. I was kind of asking, if a nuclear sub goes down, could that not result in a, underwater nuclear incident? And so we had briefly discussed that. Let me start right there. For at least a month, rumors had been circulating claiming the deaths of the entire crew of the Chinese nuclear submarine 093417 in the Yellow Sea. This is going back sometime late August. We touched on it then. They now say, seems like the rumors are confirmed. And all but 56 out of the 56 crew have died. Submarine got caught in an underwater trap aimed at U.S. and U.S. allies' submarine cables and chains. 093417 got entangled in this trap. Sent a diver to assist in the submarine release. When he completed the task and returned, he was met with dead silence. It's with great efforts that the Navy ships managed to surface the submarine, with the 55 dead crew. According to Chinese sources, death was caused by air systems oxygen sulfide poisoning, while the submarine astonishingly was not equipped with proper gas detectors. The diver surfaced and was rescued. He's reportedly in a deep depression. Well, I guess, everybody else dead. Now, Beijing, of course, denied the accident. But recent top brass resigns, arrests, and shuffles are attributed partially to the disaster. All right. So ultimately, I guess they did surface the sub, but everybody was dead. It's not like, so they got caught in the trap, sent a diver out to untangle the thing. Everybody died while he was out there working, I guess. That's crazy. Meanwhile, let me move over to, all right, so Estes, yes, still, now this is from yesterday, Wednesday, the update from FreightWaves. Still suffering the impact of a cybersecurity breach. They have set up an online portal to communicate with the company. That page is a sign that the LTL carrier has at least one small facet of their website running, as the page is under the normal estes-express.com URL, but there's little else on the page except a form to be filled out by customers and other entities doing business with Estes. At the top of the page is a declaration that Estes is open for business, and in largely a verbatim repeat of what the company announced earlier this week, said that their terminals and drivers are effectively picking up and delivering freight while we work through this event. We're working as quickly as possible to resolve the issue and return to business as usual. The form on the web page asks for the usual information: contact name, email, phone, subject, and description of the freight to be picked up or dropped off. Responses to the Tuesday tweet confirming that the technology outage that started Monday was a cybersecurity breach showed the hurdles Estes must climb to service their customers. With the outage in the online tracking system, we're unable to track and trace freight right now, but the operation team is working to deliver freight to our customers. They posted multiple times in response to a customer query. They also expressed sympathy for their customers. We understand your frustration. Response times from the form vary depending on the inquiry. We appreciate your patience during this challenging time, and ask also that customers send a direct message via X to communicate with the company, and noted that their representatives can still be reached on their cell phones, even though the company phones are still out of service. Given that Estes is a privately held company, there's no way to know the financial impact of this cyber attack. The only public guidance that might be looked to for perspective would be Forward Air, also an LTL carrier, though with a specialty involving freight moving out of airports. They were a victim of a cyber attack in 2020. Now, there's a lot of differences between the two companies. Looking back at the Forward Air hack, maybe give us a little reference to what Estes may be facing. When Forward was struck as a public company, they had to disclose to the SEC the possible size of the hit on their finances. Just before the company released their fourth quarter 2020 earnings report, the SEC filing said they expected net income would be 53 to 55 cents per share. The number actually came at the high end of the range at 55 cents. That marked a decline of about 27% from their high-end forecast of 75 cents. The bulk of that attack was fixed in about a week's time. Deutsche Bank, in their daily transport notes, did weigh in on Estes' cyber attack for a second consecutive day on Wednesday, which says, based on our discussions with industry contacts, we believe this is causing significant disruption to an already disrupted LTL market as tens of thousands of additional shipments per day need to find new carriers. It is uncertain how long it will take to get back online. We believe this is creating further opportunities, though, for other LTL carriers that will likely be reflected in the October numbers. Now, to the extent that this increase in volume is sustainable or not will depend on how long this outage continues. That's a good point. Who brought up the fact that, Philip, that Estes was the one that had put that initial $1.3 billion bid in for those terminals, formerly the yellow terminals, and then came back, bumped it up to $1.5 billion offer. I guess somebody out there said, hey, if they got $1.5 billion to buy all these terminals, we could probably get a few million out of them. That sounds like it's probably a ransomware attack. Again, no confirmation on that, but that would stand to reason. We'll return into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ready to connect. Click connect.
All right, one of those days, right? Crazy. Found another. The Daily Mail had a little bit more on the Chinese sub thing. It was actually British intelligence, apparently, the UK report that came out a few days ago said in an intelligence report that on the 21st of August, an onboard accident whilst carrying out a mission in the Yellow Sea, resulting in the death of 55 crew members. It was 22 officers, 7 officer cadets, 9 petty officers, 17 sailors. Dead include the captain, Colonel Zhu Yongpeng. Our understanding is death caused by hypoxia due to a system fault on the submarine. The submarine hit a chain and anchor obstacle used by the Chinese Navy to trap U.S. and Allied submarines. This resulted in systems failure that took 6 hours to repair and surface the vessel, the onboard oxygen system poisoned the crew after a catastrophic failure. No independent confirmation of the loss of the Chinese submarine in the public domain. Of course, China dismisses speculation about the incident as completely false. Now, the Daily Mail approached the Royal Navy to discuss the details contained in the UK report. Official sources declined to comment. I guess this is supposed to be classified. The report is based on defense intelligence held at, there you go, high classification. A British submariner offered this explanation. It is plausible that this occurred, and I doubt the Chinese would have asked for any sort of international support for obvious reasons. If they were trapped on the net system and the submarine's batteries were running flat, plausible, then eventually the air purifiers and the air treatment systems would have failed, which would have reverted to secondary systems and subsequently and plausibly failed to maintain the air, which led to either asphyxia or poisoning. I mean, we have kit that absorbs CO2 and generates oxygen in such a situation. It's probable that other nations do have this kind of technology as well, but fascinating stuff. Hello, Brother Rambler. You know what I just did?
Right.
I looked at the clock here and I said, I'm not going to put you on for 50 seconds. I'm going to put you on hold. Because, I got to pay attention to the clock there, Steve, as we're rolling toward news break. Hey, Vic did send me an email. He said, hey, I meant to give a shout out to your sponsor there because it is that time of year it's time to get everything prepped for storage. Obviously, he's talking about our Sta-Bil product. Yes, it's time to... It's going to get cold. We're going to chill off. Won't be cutting the grass. We're going to be putting away the lawnmowers, the tractors, all that lawn equipment. Make sure to treat that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. Keep that gas fresh for up to 2 years, and we'll be right back.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Classes are canceled at Morgan State University while police continue searching for a suspect in a shooting on campus last night that sent 5 people to the hospital. None of the victims suffered life-threatening injuries. The victims, 4 men and 1 woman, ages 18 to 22. Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott.
It reminds us all, again, that we are dealing with not just here in Baltimore, but across this country of the United States, an epidemic when it comes to guns and gun violence.
City police responded after campus police heard shots being fired outside a residential building and a fine arts center. The shooting occurred in the area of Thorogood Marshall Hall and the Murphy Fine Arts Center. Dozens of people were hurt when a University of Maryland bus crashed in Prince George's County Wednesday morning. A call came in about a bus crash around 10:20 a.m. in the area of Baltimore Avenue and University Boulevard. Due to the crash, all lanes of traffic near the area were closed. According to police, 35 people were on a bus at the time of the crash. 27 of them had to be taken to the hospital for treatment of minor injuries. Police are still investigating the crash. More relief for people struggling to pay back their student loans is coming from the White House.
The Biden administration is forgiving $9 billion in student loan debt for 125,000 borrowers. President Biden, speaking from the White House, highlighted the positive impact on individuals and the economy.
It means they can go and get their lives in order. They can think about buying a house. They can start a business. They can be starting a family.
The relief is specifically for those on income-driven repayment plans and in the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. The decision follows the recent resumption of federal student loan payments after a 3-year COVID-19 related pause. I'm John Schaefer.
Saturday Night Live reporting that they will return next week. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Former President Trump was in New York City for day 3 of his civil fraud trial. Trump is accused by New York Attorney General Letitia James of inflating his net worth. The former president maintained he did nothing wrong. Yesterday, the judge issued a gag order which bans anyone involved in the case from making comments online or in public about the judge's staff. Mourners are paying tribute to the late U.S. Senator Dianne Feinstein. San Francisco Mayor London Breed said the city will host an open-air funeral Thursday.
There will be a fitting celebration of her life. We anticipate the Vice President Kamala Harris, our current California senators, and other guests that will be joining us.
Feinstein's body is lying in state at San Francisco City Hall. Thursday's funeral is set for 1 p.m. Residents in the area can expect road closures and extra security around the Civic Center. Chipotle is currently testing an automated system for making burrito bowls and salads. The California-based company has introduced robots that skillfully put together the ordered meals for customers who use the Chipotle app. This isn't the first foray into robotic assembly for the fast food chain. Last year, a robot named Chippy was initially tested at a California restaurant and effectively showcased its proficiency in crafting tortilla chips. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
There we go. All right, welcome back. Welcome into a Thursday. Indeed, crossover the midnight hour on the West Coast, 5th day of October. And I thought we may hear from Brain Dead, especially early when I shared that story that actually had him in it from CDL Life this past day about the former Yellow employees. Then I came across, I guess that would explain. He had posted something this past day that received a phone call, and a very close friend to he and Dingbat had suddenly passed away. Someone that was almost like family is the way he kind of made it sound. And I saw Dingbat also posted here this about 12 hours ago, feeling very, very sad. Prayers. So, yeah, someone close to them passed away this past day. So we'll be thinking about them. It happens to all of us, right? Morning, Brother Rambler.
Well, praise God. Good morning, Steve. And, yeah, I had read that Facebook post. And, yeah, prayers going out to Dingbat and Brain Dead. Yeah, that's always a tough loss. I took a phone call. I woke up day before yesterday. And about a year ago, about 2 years ago, I did a funeral for this man's wife. And I woke up and saw a couple of Facebook messages and a missed call. And apparently, this man told me at his wife's funeral, he said, "Man, I've already overcome cancer 3 times, but I've already got cancer again, and I'm not going to overcome it this time." But he fought for 2 years, and they called me and told me, said, "Hey, brother Perry, our daddy passed away, and you did such a great job at his at our mom's funeral. We would love for you to do, our dad's." And they were like, "We ain't got the money," and I cut him off right there. I said, "Man, look here, I preach this gospel not for the money. Preach this gospel because I want to make sure your soul is right with Jesus Christ. My name, my last name is not Olstein, and it ain't Copeland. It is McDaniel, and I'm not in it to get rich and to make a fortune. I'm in it because I want to see you make heaven. You don't have 3 private jets and a coach bus tour bus? Well, the Lord has not spoke to me and told me that I need to be a billionaire. He's not spoke to me and said, "Well, Brother Rambler, you need to be flying all over the place and preaching this gospel." No, he ain't gave me nothing like that. And
right.
You know what? According to what the Word of God tells me, Steve, and Reverend Jesse Dixon, God rest his soul, sing it best. I'm rich with faith and hope and love. I got more than my share. And you know what, God's children, I've got a mansion. And it's waiting on me. The Word of God tells me in the 14th chapter of John, I've got it. It's waiting. I got to get up there and get it. And you know what? He ain't even got to give me a mansion. He can have me just on the back of the garbage truck. I'm just thankful that I made it. and so, but yeah, definitely going out, prayers definitely going out for Dingbat and Brain Dead. And it's always tough losing someone, and, people ask me, why don't you ever cry? I said, talking about when folks die, I said, I cry. I'm a big old titty baby, I really am. I do a lot of tear shed, and some people, they said at one time, he said, you always seem like you got a smile on your face when you're doing a funeral. I said, well, if I know the person that I'm doing the funeral that I'm officiating, and I know where their heart is, man, I can't help but to smile because I know where they're at. I'm almost kind of envious. The Philippians chapter 3, verse 13 and 14 tells us that we have a race to run, not to be looking back, but to press towards the mark of the high calling of Christ Jesus. And man, I'm pressing on, Steve. And when I close my eyes in this world, whether it be from a accident, cancer, or however the Lord decides, your time is up, I know that when I open up my eyes next, I'll be staring at Jesus. And let me tell you something, like Casting Crowns, the song Casting Crowns sings, Steve, the only scars in heaven that you'll ever see, the only scars, I'll be the one who died for you. And I know as soon as I open my spiritual eyes in heaven, I'll be staring at the one who went to that cross and bled every drop of blood and paid the price for my salvation. So is it worth it? Absolutely. That's why when that poor old fella called me.
Oh, looky there. Our phone line did their crazy thing.
Ready to connect.
All right, we'll get him back up in order here. Hang on just a moment.
Connected as the host.
He probably isn't even aware that he lost his signal.
You are now in the host room.
Yes, I know. Modern technology. The squirrels are
hear the gospel, So, praise God for that, man. But definitely going to be praying for Dingbat and Brain Dead. Boy, I tell you what, old Philly Dan, the last time my Atlanta Braves played those Phillies, they gave us a headache. Oh, my Lord. I was pacing the floor, Steve. And when I saw that's who we're playing Saturday, I'm like, oh no, not again. I'm not ready to face the Phillies again. But oh yeah. So yeah, that they're even though they're a wild card team, they're a tough team. And they got. I remember the first game we played against. We played over in Philadelphia of a three game series. Steve, they got up like within the third inning. It was 7-0. I'm like, good God, I said, wake up, Braves, come on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Well, the headline from Major League Baseball says, "Do the Braves have the best first inning offense ever?"
Didn't show up during playing the Phillies. We just recently, who did we play also that, they just jumped out ahead of us and spanked us so bad. It was a daggone Marlins, the Florida Marlins.
Yep.
They just jumped on us and just beat the brakes off of us, and we had no response for them. And I hate that about the Reds because I had high hopes. When we played that 3-game series against the Reds, man, that was a World Series caliber game. It really, really was. Them fans packed. The fans in Cincinnati, they packed that place out, and it had a World Series feel to it. It really did. And I still am real high on that kid y'all got though, De La Cruz. Man, he just. That was his, that was his. What would you call your coming out party? There you go. Because he really come out and shined during that game, and I hate that the Reds didn't go far. And I know we got Reds fans like Rick Friend, our old boy, the Buckeye boy from Ackworth, Georgia. I know he's a Reds fan. Kentucky Ken, he's always a Reds fan, and of course you're a Reds fan. But hey, there's always next season, and I hope they do good. But also Saturday, you know, my beloved Crimson Tide, which is the greatest team in college football. Do I need to give the accolades again, or have y'all heard them already? I think everyone's pretty much heard them already. You know, greatest team in college football. Won more national championships than any other college football team. Michigan's a distant second. More bowl appearances than any other college football team. More bowl wins than any other college football team. And more SEC championships than any other college football team. And got the greatest coach in college football. And before him, there was Bear Bryant, the second greatest coach in college football. I don't count Joe Pod no more ever since, you know, all that child molestation happened and he didn't do nothing about it. But so I'll just X him out and put Bobby Bowden in that place as being probably the third greatest coach of all time. But anyway, so we got to go and play. And this is going to be a tough team, and I hope old Neil Heatwave Holscher's listening. We got to go play his Texas A&M Aggies, the 12th man in College Station. So that's going to be a tough game. And it's one for Jimbo Fisher that if Jimbo Fisher does not win this game, they're going to end up firing him. But he'll be laughing all the way to the bank because I think, Steve, his buyout for his contract is north of $10 million. So, yeah, you know what? If Nick Saban comes in there and beats me and I have a $10 million buyout, I'll laugh all the way to the bank. Yeah, okay, you want to fire me? Go right on ahead. Show me which door. Yeah, but and also we got hockey starting back up, and I'm getting excited about that. Hopefully my Dallas Stars will do good. And, you know, we big fans, me and my two boys, we love going and watching hockey along the Gulf Coast. And I know you're a fan of the Cincinnati Cyclones. And, Steve, I hope you're able to make it to a couple of Cyclone games this year and take your grandchildren. Because I tell you, it is really fun, you know.
Absolutely.
Going and watching ice hockey live is so fun. And believe it or not, the guy that brought the Cincinnati Cyclones to Cincinnati was an old wrestling promoter. He went by the Tennessee Stud, and he used to promote Continental Wrestling. He got out of that, went into hockey, and ended up bringing the Cincinnati Cyclones up there and sold the team, and he still lives up there in Cincinnati to this day. So, but I'm going to leave you with this, get off sports, back on Jesus again, you know, because we definitely love sports, you know, in the Deep South. And, well, one more thing before I get off sports. I know Philip just called in a while ago, and I spent my formidable 4 years of my life, living in North Miami Beach, Grinnell's Park. I went to Grinnell's Park Elementary School out there. Then we lived in South Miami Beach, Coast Guard housing, right next to the Miami Zoo, over there in Dade County, where I went to Richmond Elementary School. And we didn't have no baseball teams. You know, we really didn't. You were a Miami Dolphins fan, you know, because, you know, this is the heyday of Dan Marino, or you were a Yankees or a Mets fan. That's the only baseball you really got to see was Yankees, Mets, and, of course, football was the Miami Dolphins, which, man, they got Buffalo sure put it on them, man. I had high hopes for them. They sure did, the Bills. And let's not even talk about the Cincinnati Bengals. I just can't believe they only won one game this season. They should be way ahead. And, oh, man. Yeah, we won't even talk about that. And look like, to me, the only two undefeated teams in the NFL right now is Philadelphia and San Francisco, which I already figured those two were going to be meeting each other head-to-head again. So, but that being said, Steve, I want to just get off sports again and back on the Word of God, because that's, you know, look, we all like entertainment. We all like sports, and, you know, we all like good TV shows, but that's all for our entertainment sakes. That's all for entertainment purposes. It's to keep us entertained. What keeps you going, you got to have fuel. And my fuel, Steve, is the gospel. You know, if you ain't got no Jesus Christ in this lifetime, where are you going to end up? You're going to end up in two places. You're going to end up in God's glorious heaven or in the devil's red hell. And God's children, I do not want to end up in the devil's red hell. So I want to encourage you, if you don't know the same Jesus Christ that I know, the same Jesus Christ that still to this day, Steve, to this day, very day, right now as we speak, he is still he's still healing the sick, saving the lost, and still raising the dead. And I'm telling you, if you can go sit around the TV and hoop and holler and shout over a sporting event, if you can go sit in a stands and hoop and holler and shout over a sporting event, or you can go to a movie theater, which I'm hoping you're going to see The Blind, because I heard that's a good movie, and pack the theater to see a movie, then what's wrong with you going to church, sitting in the pews and hearing what the man or woman of God is going to be delivering to you? You know, we have a church, Steve, that will seat 50 people easily. And I don't know if your technician ever checks your numbers after the show or not, and where you can see how many people logged on and how many people watched 3 seconds, 1 minute, this, that, and the other. Mm-hmm. You know, Steve, we're running the online numbers. Believe it or not, we run 200 to 300 people logging in and watching us at Determined Ministries Church. And, man, I just give God the glory for that. Because out of them 200 to 300 people, I know at least 1 or 2 people are at least giving their heart and soul to Jesus Christ. And I can't encourage you any more, God's children, than, you know, look, we all want to send our kids to college. We all want to do stuff. We all want the greatest. But the greatest thing you could ever accomplish if you're a parent is to make sure your children get saved. The greatest thing you can ever accomplish in your lifetime is not to see how much money you can make or how much you can save in your 401k. It's making sure that when you close your eyes in this world, when you're done with this world, where are you going to end up next? Because your body will die. Steve, do you know that even if the rapture was to happen, and yes, you will not see that word rapture, it's nowhere mentioned in the Bible. Do you realize that even if the rapture happens, your flesh would die just like that? Just like that, in the snap of a finger, twinkling in the blink of an eye. Because flesh can never stand before Father God, because flesh is sinful. That's why we have to die, but the Spirit lives forever. And it's going to go 1 or 2 places. God's glorious heaven or devil's red hell. That's why I tell you, yes, I love talking sports. I like hearing Steve laugh when I gloat about the Alabama Crimson Tide. But let me tell you something. Nick Saban, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, they didn't carry a cross for me. Neither one of them men carried a cross. And I guarantee you, whether it be Nick Saban, Jimbo Fisher, Donald Trump, or Joe Biden, if they were faced with the task that Jesus Christ was faced with, they would tuck tail and run. They would not take that amount of punishment for you that Jesus Christ did. See, why do I talk about Jesus a lot? Because, number one, he is the Son of God. Number two, he is God. Praise God. And I talk about him because, Steve, he's never left my side. He's my best friend. He's been right here with me from the get-go. The most important decision you can make is knowing where you stand with the Lord. That's why I encourage you. I beg of you to search your life. A man and a woman has to search themselves. And if you search yourself and you say, I'm coming up spiritually dry, then you need to get spiritually filled. And that's all you have to do. The Word of God says, Steve, listen to this. The Word of God says, if you believe in your heart that Jesus Christ died on the cross and rose again on the 3rd day, and you confess it with your mouth, then, Steve, you're saved. All you have to do is believe and say, Jesus, come into my heart and save me. It's not about money going and preaching this gospel. Just like I told that man that wanted to, and I cut him off about they ain't got the money to pay to do your daddy's funeral. It's not about money. I can care less. It's not about jet airplanes, coach lines, buses, this, that. It's not about that. What it's about to me, to make sure someone, that God uses me, so that somebody will know the same Jesus Christ that I know, a friend that will never leave my side. What it's about to me, Steve, is when I close my eyes in this world, and when I stare in the eyes of my Jesus and I hug him, I want to hear those words. Perry, Brother Rambler McDaniel, job well done, my loyal and faithful servant. So call me a Bible thumper, bash me if you want. Guess what? I have a smile on my face, and I guess what? There's two things you never stop me doing. You'll never stop me from loving you, and you'll never, ever stop me from praying for you. So I'll leave you with that, Steve. Thank you for giving me time here. Come on out to Determined Ministries Church, 4605A Clearview Drive, Mobile, Alabama. We love to have you. Come on, sit in the service. Help me sing because I'm the world's most terrible singer. Steve, if you ever come down to Mobile, will you get up and sing? Because I'm not a good singer. I bet you're a little bit better singer than I am.
I don't know about that.
I tell you, look, bring your beautiful daughter down. Bring her down because I know that she could sing. You know, I know that lovely lady can sing. So bring her down. Bring yourself on down. I love to have you. And if you can't come on to be a part, log in 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. Come on and just be with us. And, if you can tolerate my singing, then more power to you. But I'm going to sing. We're going to sing to the Lord. We always sing, Steve, those good old gospel songs you grew up singing in church all them years ago. We still sing them to this day. So come on and be with us. And Steve, I see you're wearing product. I see your shirt you're wearing.
Oh yeah.
Before I get off here, where do you get that shirt from?
That's overnightdriveradio.com.
And Steve, when you're done with Determined Ministries Church at the 11 o'clock Central Time, 12 o'clock Eastern, there's another show that comes on. Could you please tell the listening audience about this wonderful show?
Yeah, something called Overnight Drive. Steve Summers, Overnight Drive. Yeah, we'll be back at the midnight hour. Yes, indeed.
All right, and remember this, God's children, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And Dick, that was a wonderful phone call a while ago. I'll try and call in again this week. Until then, God's children, I love you. God bless you. And Steve, you take care. Come on down and be with us. Goodbye and good night, God.
Thanks for being with us this morning. Thank you, Brother Rambler. All right, so let's see. Pup is on board. He's going to give us an update. I'm assuming he's going to kind of chime in about what's going on with Estes. Looks like Kentucky Ken is rolling here on a Thursday morning. Jolly Green Giant, talk about the internet. Do you have a solution for squirrels chewing through wires? You know, the text said they have some kind of protectant that they can put on these things, but yeah, blasted squirrels. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. News break on the Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Classes are canceled at Morgan State University while police continue searching for a suspect in a shooting on campus last night that sent 5 people to the hospital. None of the victims suffered life-threatening injuries. The victims, 4 men and 1 woman, ages 18 to 22. The ousting of House Speaker Kevin McCarthy sparked a flurry of contenders vying for his position. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan and House Majority Leader Steve Scalise of Louisiana officially entered the race. Could robots soon be working at a fast food restaurant near you?
Chipotle is currently testing an automated system for making burrito bowls and salads. The California-based company has introduced robots that skillfully put together the ordered meals for customers who use the Chipotle app.
This is not the first time that Chipotle has used robots. That was John Schaefer reporting. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, let's get back at it here. Back to the phones we go. All right, Pup, what's going on? Are we back to work tonight?
Oh, I did one round tonight, so that's the first night I've worked this week.
So give us a full report. What's the word? Had they said whether it was was it a ransomware thing? Did they say or no?
No, they're able to send us emails to our personal phones, and that's how everything's been going, is through personal phones. whatever happened was a full attack. It went through the phone lines, the computer systems, everything. My boss even has a laptop that he does at home and stuff, like if we have trouble, and his laptop even got it. So it's we've been rotating days to work and everything. That way guys can get a little bit of money and pay for the insurance and what have you. But there's a lot of things they can't disclose right now, is the email that I got. So
Okay.
but this is a strong company. I'm not too concerned about it. So I know the Estes family will get us through this. So.
Yeah, it's kind of like what happened out there in Vegas a few weeks ago. I mean, they hit Caesars Entertainment. They paid the ransom, and they hit MGM. Apparently, MGM refused to pay it, and I think they're still struggling to. I mean, gradually getting things back online, but it's been a mess. I mean, who knows? I mean, now
as far as the ransom thing goes, Steve, I don't know. I can't say yes or no.
Right, and more often than not, they don't want to divulge those kind of things. But I mean, it just, I mean, the way things worked out when they, making the bid like that, when somebody says, "Hey, we're making a $1.5 billion bid," the crooks out there saying, "Hey, these people have some money. Hey, let's get them."
Yeah. The thing of it is, the best thing about this company is it is family owned, and it's a family atmosphere. All they expect you to do is show up, do your job, and stay safe every night. And they don't try to micromanage you or anything. It just, I don't know. It's a really good company to work for, but I hate that it happened to them.
Sure.
I know that they're putting their heart and soul into getting us back up and running. So, but I heard you earlier, and I thought, well, I'll just give you a shout.
Yeah, I'm guessing all the office employees and whatnot. A lot of stuff is having to be done the old-fashioned way, by pen and paper, writing things down, and phone calls to clients, and then I think you said phone calls to the drivers. Here's where you're going next.
Yeah,
right?
it's back to the old school days. They got manifest hanging up on the doors now, and each time a dock worker puts a piece of freight on a trailer, he has to write it down versus scanning it. It's taken a little bit of time, but the one thing is our P&D guys are always usually on a regular schedule and stuff, and they're doing a really good job on getting the freight that we can get in here delivered, and then making their pickups. So there's usually I'd have to go through and count on my fingers, but I think we've got like 14 line haul guys out of Fort Wayne, and usually every night at least 2 to 4 are off of work right now. So. But until the weather turns cold, it's all right. I mean, when yellow went out, our freight volume picked up immensely.
Right.
And matter of fact, we're starting to get some hauling trucks in and some yellow trucks in our yard. So I'm assuming everything went through okay on that. But I think you hit the nail on the head earlier when you said, Estes has kind of been flying under the radar, but they are a very good company, and they made that bid, and like you said, But I can't confirm or
Correct.
deny because I
Correct.
don't know, and I don't want to know, so, and everything.
And we don't want to report false information. I only want to try to get the facts. Can't say things. Yep.
Yeah, it was just the emails that we have had. It was a cyber attack, and that's about all we really know.
Yep.
And stuff. So, other than that, I mean, they said in that email that they can't disclose anymore. So.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's all right. I'm like a squirrel. I put nuts away for a cold day or a rainy day.
Do you chew on fiber optic cables by chance?
No, I haven't heard. I heard you talking about that earlier. No, and if things don't get straightened up here soon, why, I'll be hauling grain. The guys are taking off soybeans like crazy right now. So things are on the up and up.
There you go. Harvest season. It looks like the crop's going to be. Crop's going to be good this year, or with the dry summer.
Well, the thing of it is towards the end of July there, we could have used a good rain up in this area, and we just didn't get it. And it's supposed to rain tomorrow, but that'll moisten the pods up, which will maybe help the beans increase in size. But they're still running anywhere between 50 to 62 bushels to the acre, which isn't too bad. A good year would be closer to 70 to 80, but they had a lot of heat stress there towards the end, and they just didn't get the rain like they needed to.
So they call that the yield is down, right? Yield is down a bit this year.
Yeah, it's down a tick. Nothing terrible, but it's down a tick. So I'm glad I know this fella that owns a bar and grill, so we opened it up when I got home. So sit back and have a few beers. Old Mr. Rambler, he's on his A game tonight, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yes, he was.
Yeah. I enjoy listening to him. So. But that's about the biggest update I can give you, Steve.
All right.
It's just a major cyber attack, and they went back to the old school days. They can't even track us where we're at right now in our semis. So.
And are you having to do paper logs? Do your ELDs work or paper logs?
Yeah, we switched over here not too long ago to Samsara, and that is up and running.
Okay.
The logs are, but like for my dropping hooks and stuff, we have to send an email through that system to our payroll, and that's not going through to payroll, so, as of now.
Gotcha.
We went back to the old run sheets and everything, and just write down what terminal you leave from, what terminal you go to, and stuff like that. And they're talking like we could get half of the system up maybe by the end of the week. So, excuse me. But that's about as much as I know.
All right. Well, like they say,
it sucks. I mean, it sucks big.
Right.
It sucks big time.
Yeah. Yeah, one day at a time, as they say, Pup. Well, I appreciate the update this morning.
Yes, sir. You have a good evening, and we'll be out here listening.
All right. Okay. Yeah, just, when it looks like a duck, walks like a duck. I said the same thing just kind of speculating about the MGM thing. And indeed, that turned out to be. Initially, they just said it was a cyber attack. I think a lot of this stuff, they have to keep it quiet because you're bringing in the likes of the FBI, and they're tapping into all these systems trying to track back, what part of the world was it? Was it Korea? Was it China? Was it Russia? Who was able to get into the system? It's one of these days we'll get the rest of the story, as they say, right? Let's see. Hang in there. Jolly Green got you coming up momentarily. Kentucky Ken is on board, headed toward Kansas City, Missouri, I believe.
Yes, sir. You're exactly right. About 50 miles away. Not too much further to go. Where the show's not tonight, though. It's Friday, so we're trying to figure out. I think we're going to end up staying at Petra. I think we're going to go about an extra 20, 30 miles because there's not a lot of truck stops up here to stop at. So we'll get there, but everything's good. I have to agree with Pup. I really, really enjoy listening to Rambler, especially when he gets rocking and rolling there. But, hey, I have to say, that Steelhouse Omaha that I just departed from tonight, that was is only about 6 months old. I think the security guy told me. Nicest place I've ever been to.
Really?
It is, oh my gosh, you need to look that up. Steelhouse Omaha. It is just state of the art, everything. It was a little weird backing in, though, because we had to go up a little bit of an incline. I guess it was just the way it was, but they had just a lot of stuff in there that was, you could just tell they stuck a lot of money in it. But very nice place, and the production people would tell me, I didn't listen to any of the show tonight, but they said the sound in that place, unbelievably good. So, sort of cool, but no, everything's good. Just running down 29 South and gonna chillax the rest of the night and just enjoy. Weather's been really good. We haven't had too much rain. No rain tonight. So that's been a bonus. A lot of deer hit up here though. I haven't seen any on the side of the road, but we've seen 3 fresh ones. So drivers, don't forget, it's getting to be that season.
Yep.
Deer time.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
All right, my man. Well, enjoy the show like always, Steve. Thank you for what you do. And I'm going to truck on down the road.
All right, so enjoy. I guess that's like a layover day. You get a little extra time to relax before the show Friday night. Little R&R, right? Okay, 844-3388. Let me go ahead and get to Jolly Green. Good morning, Jolly Green.
Good morning, Steve, and good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. Now, I want to let you know, I know what's behind the cyber attacks that Puck's talking about, and I know what's behind your internet problem. Yeah, I hate to say it, but GMA Enterprises is behind it, and there are some negotiations going on in the background. Sexmaniac and I were contracted to release a bunch of squirrels in your neighborhood, and we were contracted to screw up Este's problem.
Uh-oh.
So if you would get in touch with Gilligan and come with some kind of, money agreement there, Sexmaniac and I can straighten it all out in just a matter of a day.
Uh-huh.
Now, we'll get back to Rambler. Rambler, brother, I just love you to death. But please, brother, stick to preaching. Sportscasting is not your thing, brother. But stick to preaching, because that's your thing, brother. And but I appreciate all the nice things he said about Cincinnati, and he forgot about Sex Maniac and Jolly Green not being a Reds fan. So yeah, Sex Maniac is a big Reds fan. He's always wearing that Cincinnati hat. So I mean, it's just what else. Also, this message is for Eskimo Mom. I just want to let you know that Sex Maniac and Jolly Green are running the regular run tonight. So I want to make sure she knows that. I want to make sure everybody knows that we're running our regular run tonight. So either way, that's really all I got to say. I feel a little bit under the weather tonight. My little woman, Miss Jolly Green, is getting ready to turn in her notice at Kroger's, and she's getting ready to officially retire. So I'm looking forward to that. A lot of times she's working on the weekends, and I'm off. And so it's kind of difficult. And during this time of the year, the Kroger employees, and I just ask that we all, appreciate these Kroger workers because they're always working double time during the Thanksgiving and the Christmas holidays. So either way, I just want to say everybody be safe tonight. Jolly Green, the Sex Maniac, would just say we will straighten that problem out once we've been given the okay by Gilligan, the CEO of GMA Enterprises.
And I'm assuming he wants to be paid in Gillicoin. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is definitely correct. So either way there, Steve, have a good night. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right. Thanks for checking in, Jolly Green Giant.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code OvernightDrive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Rolling toward top of the hour, about 6 before the hour here on a Thursday morning. I got another industry update as far as some of the significant rulemaking from the FMCSA and the DOT, where hundreds of comments from truckers opposed to requiring automatic emergency braking systems on heavy trucks does not appear to have slowed down the DOT's plans to move forward with a rulemaking. We had back in July the proposal from the National Highway Traffic Safety and Registration of the FMCSA, a joint proposal requiring the automatic emergency braking systems and electronic stability controls on new vehicles for all Class 7 and Class 8 vehicles weighing more than 26,000 pounds to be required to meet these standards 3 years after the rule takes effect. Then all Class 3 to 6 vehicles would be given 4 years. Now, it looks like small volume manufacturers would have until 5 years after the final rule. It would not require existing vehicles to be retrofitted with the AEB technology. All right, so let's see. They're scheduled to release, I guess this is the update, scheduled to release a final rule by April 30th. And according to Landline, that lofty target date indicates they're making a mandate a regulatory priority. Of course, they accepted comments through September the 5th. About 1,100 comments were submitted to the two agencies. According to the regulations.gov website, many of those coming from truck drivers who say this technology is not ready. One driver, Carrie Moore, shared a story about a near crash she had after the AEB initiated a full application because the technology mistook a guardrail on a curve as an immediate threat. She said, I was in full application, sent the truck sideways. I barely kept it out of the median. Numerous other comments of that nature. But all right, they're moving forward on this one. All right, lastly, as we head toward news break here, hey, one reminder, Vic brought it up earlier, Stay-Bill, right? It is. It's getting to be that time of year. As you finish up the boating season, you'll be storing the boats in the marinas or wherever you put things away for the winter months. Stay-Bill Storage, that's what you need for over 60 years. The go-to additive, whether it's your lawn equipment, boat, collector cars, or generators. Anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time, Stay-Bill Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. So as you get ready to stow it away, make sure to store that engine the right way with Stay-Bill. All right, final hour ahead. Clear lines at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Classes are canceled at Morgan State University while police continue searching for a suspect in a shooting on campus last night that sent 5 people to the hospital. None of the victims suffered life-threatening injuries. The victims, 4 men and 1 woman, ages 18 to 22. Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott.
It reminds us all, again, that we are dealing with not just here in Baltimore, but across this country of the United States, an epidemic when it comes to guns and gun violence.
City police responded after campus police heard shots being fired outside a residential building and a fine arts center. The shooting occurred in the area of Thorogood Marshall Hall and the Murphy Fine Arts Center. Dozens of people were hurt when a University of Maryland bus crashed in Prince George's County Wednesday morning. A call came in about a bus crash around 10:20 a.m. in the area of Baltimore Avenue and University Boulevard. Due to the crash, all lanes of traffic near the area were closed. According to police, 35 people were on a bus at the time of the crash. 27 of them had to be taken to the hospital for treatment of minor injuries. Police are still investigating the crash. More relief for people struggling to pay back their student loans is coming from the White House.
The Biden administration is forgiving $9 billion in student loan debt for 125,000 borrowers. President Biden, speaking from the White House, highlighted the positive impact on individuals and the economy.
It means they can go and get their lives in order. They can think about buying a house. They can start a business. They can be starting a family.
The relief is specifically for those on income-driven repayment plans and in the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. The decision follows the recent resumption of federal student loan payments after a 3-year COVID-19 related pause. I'm John Schaefer.
Saturday Night Live reporting that they will return next week. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Former President Trump was in New York City for day 3 of his civil fraud trial. Trump is accused by New York Attorney General Letitia James of inflating his net worth. The former president maintained he did nothing wrong. Yesterday, the judge issued a gag order which bans anyone involved in the case from making comments online or in public about the judge's staff. Mourners are paying tribute to the late U.S. Senator Dianne Feinstein. San Francisco Mayor London Breed said the city will host an open-air funeral Thursday.
There will be a fitting celebration of her life. We anticipate the Vice President Kamala Harris, our current California senators, and other guests that will be joining us.
Feinstein's body is lying in state at San Francisco City Hall. Thursday's funeral is set for 1 p.m. Residents in the area can expect road closures and extra security around the Civic Center. Chipotle is currently testing an automated system for making burrito bowls and salads. The California-based company has introduced robots that skillfully put together the ordered meals for customers who use the Chipotle app. This isn't the first foray into robotic assembly for the fast food chain. Last year, a robot named Chippy was initially tested at a California restaurant and effectively showcased its proficiency in crafting tortilla chips. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we go. Final hour. Are you ready? So let's roll. It's 844-844-3388. During Vic's call earlier, he alluded to Nancy Pelosi not being kicked out of her office. And I thought maybe there's obviously some sort of confusion here. All right, here's the deal. Yeah, you have your regular offices, everybody, House members, senators, and then there's additional offices, or what they call hideaways, which is like extra, additional space for just a handful in D.C. So I can explain here. The office suites in question, known as hideaways, constitute prized real estate in the Capitol. See, Pelosi she'll keep her official office in the Cannon House office building, and Steny Hoyer will keep his in the Longworth building. I guess the info did kind of change. Word was initially that Patrick McHenry, who took over from McCarthy after his ouster, had made the call. But according to someone familiar with the situation, the decision to evict Pelosi was in fact made by Mr. McCarthy on his way out the door. I guess McCarthy was also pissed at the Democrats for not helping rescue him. Mainstream Republicans are furious. The Democrats did not help rescue Mr. McCarthy by casting a handful of votes that might have saved his job. Well, the Democrats said they didn't trust Mr. McCarthy and that saving him wasn't their responsibility. They said Republicans should focus their fury on their far-right defectors as the 8 that voted against McCarthy. So, okay, there you go. Pelosi and Steny Hoyer, Representative Steny Hoyer, another former Democrat leader, he was also evicted from his hideaway as well. It looks like McCarthy's going to be taking over Pelosi's hideaway next week. These are small suites conveniently located in the Capitol itself. So right there, close to the House floor, where the votes are taking place, where all the action is. It's kind of a respite when you're between floor votes, or, kind of funny, for having after-hours drinks with colleagues. Hideaway is a perk mostly reserved for senators and House leaders, although speakers have at their disposal a few spaces they can dole out at their whim. In the summer of 21, Nancy Pelosi actually assigned a hideaway to Liz Cheney, a Republican, the number 3 Republican at the time, who had joined the January 6th committee as the vice chairwoman. Of course, that was all about going after Trump. Hey, you're my friend now, Liz. More commonly, speakers offer hideaways to their predecessors. Pelosi did so in late 2006 for the outgoing speaker, Dennis Hastert. McCarthy extended that same courtesy earlier this year to Pelosi. He then offered an additional hideaway to Mr. Hoyer, who, as a majority leader, had been McCarthy's frequent negotiating partner. All right. These eviction notices issued this Tuesday are widely seen as payback by Mr. McCarthy, although the act of retribution is one that Mr. McHenry could have actually reversed. So it wasn't him that did it. It's McCarthy. All right, final note. With all the important decisions that the new Republican leadership must address, which we're all eagerly awaiting, one of the first actions taken by the new Speaker Pro Tem was to order me to vacate my office. That's what Pelosi said Tuesday night. Sadly, because I'm in California mourning the loss and paying tribute to my dear friend Dianne Feinstein, I'm unable to retrieve my belongings at this time. All right, so, the rest of the story. So obviously, McCarthy, he did not think the votes would be there to oust him. He felt that there would be enough on the Democrat side to come to the rescue. Did not happen. Obviously, that line of thinking was because he was kind of working with them. Making what he denies that he made the deal, but the president himself said the deal had been made about the Ukraine continued assistance to Ukraine. They did not include that in the 45-day extension, but the deal was made that McCarthy was going to bring that up for a separate up or down vote in the House, and the Democrats felt like they were good with that. Thus, they avoided the government shutdown. All right, can you trust anybody working up in that Capitol building? They're all a bunch of snakes in the grass, right? All right, looking at 12 past the hour. Let's see, real quick, before I get Scarecrows on board here. Going back to, we were talking sports earlier. I mentioned to Rambler, Braves will be kicking things off here against the Phillies. I guess that is that Friday, Saturday, couple days away. After the Phillies took the sweep there in their wild card game. Do the Braves have the best first inning offense ever? Well, let's start simple. The Braves scored 146 first inning runs during the regular season. Even with some relatively mundane results over the last 2 months of the season, 5 teams scored more first inning runs than Atlanta did after July. That's the most runs by any club in any inning, and the second most in the first inning in what is known as the expansion era. We're talking since 1961. So, most runs scored in the first inning, regular season play, since 1961. Topping the list was the Cardinals in the year 2000. Which scored 147 first-inning runs during that season. Number 2 on that list is the 2023 Atlanta Braves, scoring 146 first-inning runs. Number 3 goes to the 2003 Houston Astros. They scored 144 runs Number 4 goes back to the old Big Red Machine days. 1977, Cincinnati Reds scored 143 first-inning runs in the regular season. And winding out the top 5, the 1993 White Sox scored 142 first-inning runs. Braves scored a first-inning run 65 times this season. That's like 40% of their games. They often did not stop at just one run. They tended to pile on. The Braves tallied at least 4 runs in the first inning 14 times this season. That is tied for second in the modern era since 1900, trailing only the 1950 Boston Red Sox. They did it 16 times. 4 runs in the first inning. Yeah, there's a time of the season when you're hot, when you're not. I mean, really, as the numbers showed, tail end of the season, they weren't. Maybe they'll catch on fire here now. They're in the postseason, right? Morning, Scarecrow.
Hey, buddy. Well, Steve, you stole a bit of my thunder there regarding that McCarthy vote. I've been wondering all along here, given that, he apparently was swinging deals or willing to cooperate, with the left, my thoughts were that they would look at that as, gosh, we got
somebody that's willing to work with us, yeah.
Exactly. This would certainly not be the only time that they're going to be butting heads with the right way. Maybe that, but obviously it did not, it threw them under the bus big time, but they must have a better vision of how they're going to be able to get their point across, down the road and whatnot. But no, it doesn't make any sense to me. But
by no means, certainly the Democrats would rather have McCarthy as the speaker versus one Jim Jordan. That's the last thing they'd want.
Well, exactly. They certainly had to know there was going to be something to have to deal with once McCarthy's gone, not knowing for the better or worse, or from their perspective. But Steve, what is, other than the power trip, what is the big attraction to being the Speaker of the House?
I guess nothing more than the power trip. You're in control. You get to bring legislation to the floor. You get to take legislation. You're the one that gets to make the final call.
Yeah, just a
power trip,
ego thing from what I can see. There's probably a few token dollars per month or whatever, raise or whatnot, but that's pittance to what they're going to retire with anyway. No, it just, we see those that step up and they want the position. Well, I think it's certainly just the ego thing and bragging rights that they're going to be thinking about down the road. Anyway, that fiber optics thing, it may be that things have changed in recent years as far as repairing and whatnot, but boy, you go back, 20, 25 years when it was really hitting the industry. If there was thoughts of a damaged fiber optics cable, the powers that be, they just went ape over the thoughts of having to come out and repair and such. During my year and a half hiatus from trucking, I was involved with water well drilling and installing flying water into this and that. Well, even though we had Digger's Hotline and everything to line everything up, I was operating the backhoe excavator, and there's a saucer-shaped chunk of concrete. I'm guessing maybe a concrete truck cleaned out or whatever. Well, that got buried. Well, even though I'm well away from the fiber optic, well, I thought it was fiber optics. As I drug the bucket back, it pushed that concrete and sheared the feeder coming from the transformer, and I saw this big gob of copper come poking up out of the ground, and well, I got hold of XL Energy right away, and they came out and they almost chuckled. They said no charge. They were just so pleased that they weren't going to have to deal with a whole bunch of fiber optics repair and all. But so yeah, it certainly has changed the industry, as we know it. And then the collision avoidance system and whatnot. Yeah, I don't know how many times in the last couple of weeks. Oh, it's every night that I get an alert I'm going to either hit this bridge abutment or, a guardrail, or once in a while it will pull the accelerator off and maybe touch the brakes. It's been a while since it went into one of those panic brake modes, but and this is another area, Steve, we just talked about it last week. It brought up about the speed limiters and, the whole, in theory, be careful what you wish for, unintended consequences. Well, this, again, is one of those areas. They know there's problems with it. They know it's not a proven technology, but they're going to go ahead, push. As I said last week, they don't really care what the consequences are. It's there. They got the idea drummed in their head, and they got to go through with it. And you wonder what will the next new and improved plan of attack from their part be. But no, it's so far from a proven technology that even if it's only that 1% failure rate or whatever, well, is that acceptable in your eyes? Certainly not in mine when it comes to driving on the highways and such. But that's all I got for you right now, Steve. Oh, wait.
Yes.
Wait. The big news of the moment here. And this goes back to the start of the program when that first caller there, he had a little chat with him a couple of days ago. Maybe I guess it was last night. He was filling me in about his dearly, dearly appreciated Suburban has taken a dump on him. A whole lot of unappreciated patina. He was, and he talked about this in the past, how it was a major investment at the time, but he explained to his bride how he spread that payment out over X number of years and 20 years of service or whatever he got out of it. Well, it was a bargain, right? Well, my thoughts are it was almost tears in his voice when he was talking about losing it, and he was probably going to be parking it on some dark street with the keys in it over the night, over the weekend or such. And my thoughts were, oh gosh, am I going to have to maybe start a GoFundMe fund for this new Suburban that he's no doubt going to want? And I don't know, I suppose you got to be up to the 90,000 range, but we heard him talking about he intends to pay cash on anything and everything he purchases. So, yeah, there's certainly give and take here, Steve. I'm kind of mixed emotions now over that GoFundMe business and such, but so I'm sure we'll get a rebuttal or a comment from him before the end of the program.
Okay, very good.
That's what I truly had to lay on you. So catch you later.
Thank you, Scarecrow. All right, we'll be back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, would you look at there? It's the end of an era already. Wasn't long ago where you might find yourself trying to board a cruise ship, board a plane, get into a concert venue. Where's your proof of vaccination? Your COVID vaccine cards, right? Now they're being phased out. Oh, surprise, surprise. Now that the COVID vaccines, are not being distributed by the federal government, the CDC has stopped printing new cards. They said the government shipped more than 980 million cards between late 2020, when the first vaccines came out, through May the 10th of this year. Federal and local health officials do not expect the discontinuation of the cards to be any sort of a big change, because, the days of keeping them tucked away in your purse or your wallet so you can get into festivals, bars, restaurants, it's over. Now, if you've held on to your card, it's still valid as proof of vaccination. Otherwise, people who need their COVID immunization records will have to request them like any other vaccines from this point on in the future, wherever they keep those records, right? Surprise, surprise. Meanwhile, there's that term, unintended consequences. I can share with you another here with the military for yet another consecutive year is struggling to meet their recruiting goals, right? Well, maybe if they hadn't discharged like 8,000 service members for not taking that vaccine, maybe they wouldn't be having some of these difficulties. After rolling out the vaccine program voluntarily, initially, as of course we all recall that they announced the mandate in 2021, penalizing service members who resisted the vaccine. Ultimately, roughly 17,000 refused to take the vaccine. Now, about 1,200 secured exemptions. More than 3,700 Marines, 1,800 soldiers, 2,000 plus sailors were discharged for refusing the vaccine. About 70% of those ousted for their refusal to take the vaccine received general discharges. Now they've been trying to get them to come back, and nobody wants to come back. Let's get a news break, and back after this.
USA News Update. Classes are canceled at Morgan State University while police continue searching for a suspect in a shooting on campus last night that sent 5 people to the hospital. None of the victims suffered life-threatening injuries. The victims, 4 men and 1 woman, ages 18 to 22. The ousting of House Speaker Kevin McCarthy sparked a flurry of contenders vying for his position. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan and House Majority Leader Steve Scalise of Louisiana officially entered the race. Could robots soon be working at a fast food restaurant near you?
Chipotle is currently testing an automated system for making burrito bowls and salads. The California-based company has introduced robots that skillfully put together the ordered meals for customers who use the Chipotle app.
This is not the first time that Chipotle has used robots. That was John Schaefer reporting. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little suggested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, real quick, as we get back to the calls here. Yeah, going back to the military issues. Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville wrote the Navy Secretary Carlos Del Toro, the Air Force Secretary Frank Kendall, Army Secretary Christine Wormuth just last month, asking or demanding answers as to how many service members have rejoined and what are your plans to ensure continued readiness. Seeing as when you mandated this vaccine, when it went into effect, you knew that thousands of service members would be discharged. We knew it would happen. He said in a corresponding statement, Joe Biden firing thousands of healthy, dedicated service members made us weaker and never had any basis in science. The Senate, and more importantly, military families, deserve a full accounting of the effects of this policy up and down the chain of command. The Pentagon needs to stop stonewalling and give us the answers. CNN subsequently reported, according to the data provided by the military branches, since January, only 19 soldiers have rejoined the Army, 12 have rejoined the Marines. As for the Air Force and Navy, only 1 Air Force and 2 Navy personnel have returned. Well, there you go. How many were discharged? Over 8,000 service members? Last year, the Marine Corps Commandant General David Berger suggested the mandate had indeed impacted recruitment, particularly in parts of the country where there's still myths and misbeliefs about the backstory behind it. Outgoing chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Mark Milley, said in an Armed Services Committee hearing in early 2022, I think if 2,000 are kicked out of the Army, I don't think it would hurt. So we know right now, in addition to having trouble luring back those able-bodied patriots that they discharged, the military is struggling with their recruitment and retention. Earlier this week, it was reported the Army's found itself having to make sweeping changes to their recruiting enterprise, struggling to meet their end strength goal. The things we've done to this country. And there you go. Scarecrow, when you said earlier this week, they continue to use this term unintended consequences. They knew full well when they did it what the consequences would be. They knew when they implemented this, required to get the test vaccine, that thousands of military personnel would not take it, but they did it anyway. But I digress. That's our leadership in D.C. today. All right, who we got? Jack, is that Jack online? What's going on this morning?
Steve, it's good talking to you. I was a big listener to your dad for all those years, and I was calling about the yellow bankruptcy. It kind of seems like these guys are kind of getting left in the shuffle here. They're having a hard time finding new employment and everything. And, I went through it in '83. I had a company go out, and then in '93 I had a company go out. And my advice with those guys is, you got to stick close to the union. You got to stay in contact because they have an obligation to find you a new job and unemployment. And that's what I did. I mean, you got to, call them, show up down at their offices, and, maintain a high profile, and you will find employment. Because I hear Heat Wave and Brain Dead having a tough time. You have to stay close to them because they know where the jobs are.
I mean, you think things are different today versus they were, say, 1983. I mean, essentially, the Teamsters just they kind of hung them out to dry. They knew that they were going to be out of work.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's why I say they have an obligation to every one of these drivers because they refused to negotiate with Yellow, if you remember when it went down. And they do have a hiring practice where, they have to see that former union members get hired before somebody gets hired off the street. And the big thing is don't forget about that. Stay in contact with them. Be calling them, let them know, hey, I need a job.
So I guess realistically, the team, they could only help them or have any say in making sure they get hired before someone that's non-union or previously non-union at another unionized company. And there aren't that many left, right?
Well, there's more out there than you think, but most of them are low profile these days, Steve. It's not as, what should I say, high profile, with the advertising and the truck names on the side of the trucks. Like every Ryder truck rental, heavy duty truck rental place, and every Penske truck rental, heavy duty place, they have companies that hire drivers out of those places. That's one thing a lot of people don't know. A lot of your companies now will hire the drivers through them and rent the equipment through them. And a lot of those are union jobs. And my advice to them is just, stay in contact with them. Don't give up. Put some pressure on them because that was a bad situation all the way around. If you remember, Yellow wanted to negotiate. They did not. They stonewalled them. And their financial problems didn't happen overnight. That'd been going on for years. And to all of a sudden, you don't want to draw a line in the sand. You had too many lives involved in that.
Well, I mean, they say hindsight is 20/20. I don't know. At the end of the day, I think everybody knew. Yeah, we all knew that the struggles had been going on for, 10 plus years. And I mean, forever and a day. But as brain dead, it was called in a heat wave. I think they all were under the assumption that we have these conversations every time the contract comes up. It's just the typical rhetoric, and they weren't overly concerned, but. I guess maybe somewhat, but they thought it would everything would work out at the end of the day.
That's true. And another thing about the insurance with Central States, as a lot of people forget, when you're a new hire, the company pays an 8-week bank on you for your insurance. You can't use it until you get 8 weeks consecutive insurance premiums paid on you. So when they come up and said that they were going to pay them 4 weeks, Central States was going to pay 4 weeks insurance on them. Well, every Central States member, they're holding 8 weeks on them anyway before you can use it. I thought, well, that was pretty generous of them, to give you 4 weeks, and that because your insurance always stopped Saturday night, midnight of the last week you worked. I always had a problem with that because every time I got laid off the following week, I didn't have any insurance, and of course you could pay it under the COBRA laws, but I could never afford it.
Who could afford that?
I could never afford that.
Thousands of dollars.
Yes, but those guys, they need to dig in and stay in contact. There are jobs out there, but you're going to have to hunt them down.
All righty. Well, hey, Jack, great to hear from you this morning. Otherwise, don't be a stranger, right? Every once in a blue moon, Jack will chime in. But, all right, about 18 before the hour. Yeah, a truck driver took to social media to sound the alarm after he woke up to find all of his truck's tires punctured and going flat. Now, this was a TikTok video shared on, I guess, Tuesday of this week, detailing what happened as he pulled off to rest along I-75, exit 37 in Adel, Georgia. Now, the driver in the video explains he and his wife pulled off at an exit ramp to sleep. You'd think somebody might have been PO'd that the truck was parked on the exit ramp, maybe? Yeah, when he woke up in the morning, all 18 tires had been stabbed with, it looks like an ice pick sort of thing. It's very small punctures. Yeah, tires, many of them had numerous puncture wounds, and in the video he was showing, you could hear that they were slowly losing air. Even the equipment that he was hauling on his flatbed load, the 6 tires on that equipment had been punctured. They were completely flat. The trucker even zooms in, showing many of the tires, again, had multiple puncture wounds. I guess he's an owner-operator, but because he says, this is going to wipe us out, guys. He said the quote on the tires is about $9,000. This is really going to hurt us. But he then went on to say, it just kind of scares me. What if they wanted to rob me or get in the truck and kill us? Don't know, but I'm just thinking, was it somebody PO'd that they were parked actually on an off-ramp off the interstate there? That's what I'd be inclined to think, but what do you say? Gilligan, good morning.
Good morning there, Mr. Steve Summers. Have I got a deal for you?
Oh, boy.
I am ready to get rid of your squirrel problem. I'm telling you what. I'm going to come over there with my little 20-gauge double barrel. That way I don't get those 22 bullets flying around. That can be a little bit dangerous in the neighborhood. But for $19.95 per squirrel, or wait, there's more, $49.95 for every pair of squirrels, I will take care of your squirrel problem. I expect no responsibility for any electric wires or cable wires or anything like that shot down by my shotgun, but I will get rid of your squirrels. I don't know how the neighbors will take it, but, we'll get rid of the squirrels. I'm sure they'll be happy they got their internet back. Yep. Hey, by the way, Pop, I figured out how to fix ST's phone problem. I'll be up there later on with some cans, like soup cans, vegetable cans and stuff, and some string. That way we can at least get the phones working right there, too, by the way. That ought to really help him out. What do you think?
No doubt.
Also, and also, Brother Rambler, your prayer has been answered. I'll try to get down there Sunday to sing for you. I guarantee you I can sound just as good as Barney Fife did on Andy Griffith when he sang with the choir. Steve, that's about all I got tonight, and I thank you for taking my call. And keep me in mind on your squirrel problem.
You'll be the first one I call. I'll let you know. What are we looking at? All right, we get a quick time out. We'll be back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I talked earlier also there with Rambler said we didn't want to delve into it, the horrible start. I mean, you got I guess right now, for the moment, the highest paid player in NFL history when Joe Burrow got that, $275 million deal with the Bengals. And starting off the season, 1 win and 3 losses. After Sunday's game, it was a 27-3 loss against Tennessee. Joe said he's feeling good. He spoke confidently that they're going to turn things around. Yeah, positive thinking, right? He has been dealing with a calf injury that he suffered back in July. I think that was during their first practice, wasn't it? Despite the injury, he's continued to play. The only aspect of the game that the injury has hindered, supposedly, is his ability to run and make plays outside the pocket. But that is a big factor. Oftentimes, you got to get out of the pocket to make that pass for the open receiver. Anyway, he said, barring any setbacks, he will be starting when the Bengals face the Cardinals this Sunday in Glendale, Arizona. Burrow said yesterday he's very confident they can turn things around after starting 1-3. It's been a tough couple weeks, but we're going to get through it. Okay. Well, at least to keep the fan base pumped up. A lot of Cincinnati fans not happy. Had high hopes and aspirations for this new season. Nonetheless, happy Thursday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. See if anything new develops a day early with the United Auto Workers, or we'll hear the regular 10 a.m. update for the UAW tomorrow. Now, last memo I saw from FreightWaves, Fain, I believe, said that they would be addressing or giving an update Friday. So if anything comes out today, make sure you let us know. Anyway, heading up to 70 Fort Wayne, 72 Sterling Heights. It's cooling off, isn't it? As we get ready to kick it off, Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back once again. Semper Fi from Truckin' Phil this morning. Hey, Vic, what you got for us?
Okay. Thanks for letting me be a repeat offender. And when you expanded on that whole deal with the offices and all that, that's one of my pet peeves with the government. When you rely on public information, it seems like you never get the full story, so it's kind of hard to really make a decision. But the deal that I wanted to talk about was black budgets. And you're familiar with black budgets, right? That they don't show up anywhere. They fund CIA projects and all this other stuff around the world. So, I'm trying to figure out why this Matt Gaetz got so upset about our money to Ukraine when he knows the process, and most likely there are some black budget items that is going to Ukraine or supporting it. And you remember that airman in Massachusetts that they got after for divulging some classified information that showed that we had assets in Ukraine? So if this airman knew it, I would think that a congressman would at least have a nodding knowledge of it or something. So my big question is, what was really Matt Gaetz's incentive to start this whole process to vacate, and why did those other people go along with him? Because this has to be about more than just this budget deal, because there are lots of things that we can spend, that we do spend money on, that could easily be cut. And he had 45 days to wrangle this out. So that was my whole big deal. And whenever you were mentioning some of that stuff, I mentioned that MACV SOG there in Vietnam, and that all kind of drug up some memories, because there were people in the military, traditional military, that literally hated the Special Forces people that Kennedy had put in place, because Special Forces people, they didn't really think a whole lot of military discipline. And at times, whenever some of the people got back from Vietnam and they were majors and colonels, and they had been taking orders from this guy, and they found out, hey, he was really a master sergeant in the Green Beret. He didn't outrank me. And that really PO'd a lot of them. And they cut back on Special Forces, a reduction in force, substantially after Vietnam. And then whenever they got into that mess over there in Iran with Jimmy Carter and that whole screw up over there, they said, I guess maybe we cut back too far on the Special Forces. So we better reinstitute something. And that the guy that started Delta Forces, that actually came from that whole thing in Vietnam. But that thing in Vietnam, we took over from the French. That had been going on. When I said I thought everybody knew about it, that had been going on ever since the French bugged out there in 1954 at Dien Bien Phu. I mean, we slid right in there after that with the CIA Army and Hmong people and everything else. So I don't know why a congressman wouldn't know all this history, and even more that I know, because at the time I guess I was an E5 at the time, and just it was an open secret, I guess is the best thing I could say. And whenever they wanted to pass that Gulf of Tonkin resolution, some of the people in Congress, they asked directly if these people were active, and was that why that destroyer got attacked in the Gulf of Tonkin. And basically the military said no, although at the time they were active. They were active that night on an island just off the North Vietnam's coast and some other places.
Wow. So
they tried to hide that. They've tried to hide that I didn't even realize they were trying to hide it till just here a few weeks ago. And that's why it was classified. And this comes back to Trump. What do they think Trump took home that was classified? Because the National Archives has a responsibility to review all this stuff and declassify it. There's a whole division within the National Archives that's supposed to do that.
Right.
So,
I guess that's another case coming down the pike, because we're on case number 1, right? The court's in New York. But with that, we got to call it a day. Now, so when we come back at the midnight hour tonight, will it actually be a Friday morning? I do believe it will. Hope you'll join us for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.